approval of the claim.
Oh,
I would like to move 07 regarding the approval of the township review of invoices for attorney services and 08 approval for claim of payment for attorney fees to consent from the new business.
The one logistical issue with that, John, is that 08 depends on the approval of 07, which I would hope passes, and then the blanks in 08, very important to fill in, could be filled in, which would be the payment, which is what we've been trying to do for months.
Okay. No, I'm all about compromise. Yeah, that's fine.
07 and
Well, at this point, it looks like it's only 07. And I don't have a support. I don't know if I need a support.
any other changes, anybody, or was that it, right? Trustee Reiser?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Jillian, I will note on 07, you'd mentioned yesterday morning, you wanted a change to a whereas clause I was prepared to make. So I don't know if you want that to move to consent without that.
And what was the whereas clause?
You wanted it to read the fourth from the bottom whereas would read that the township has already reimbursed Supervisor Carey for $103,677.25 for reimbursement of her cost of one attorney's services she incurred between December 2023 and October 2024, and a second attorney's services she incurred between June 2024 and October 2024.
Yes. So we need to keep, so we wouldn't be putting this on consent if we're making changes.
Right.
So, okay,
I guess I'll withdraw my second.
okay, and it stays put.
Sorry, John.
And there was something else, closed session. So the, oh, yeah, 01 is because there's a presentation, leave it there. Okay. Is there, a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved by Reiser. Support.
There you go. Could you please, call the roll, please?
For our rules of order, tonight we're starting with Yeaple. Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Agenda adopted as amended.
On to E, declaration of conflict. Anyone?
I received a campaign donation from Heron in 2004.
24?
Pardon?
24? 2024?
Yeah, good. It's 20 years early. Yeah, 2024. So, I just want to put that out there when it comes time to, voting and deliberating on, 06, I will, make any, requisite, requests at the time.
Anyone else receive donations?
No.
Are you sure? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Positive.
And you, Supervisor Carey, for your legal defense fund?
No, so I returned everything.
But you did receive it. Yeah, okay, thanks.
And no campaign funds either. From Mr. Heron. It was a nice gesture, but I went back. Okay, yeah, and everybody knows that I'm going through a legal issue because of the township. So, the township has indemnified back in, October and December that they have already started paying for 2 attorney fees and, this ongoing issue. So I am recusing myself or requesting to recuse myself, which I'm sure that everybody will accept. For 07 and 08 and 09, but not 010. And also per rules of order, I, as a conflict of interest, I may be involved with the discussion, but not the vote. Anybody else for conflict of interest? All right, moving on to F, correspondence received. I know that you had sent out some correspondences through email and I think you uploaded to the website. So if you have them, good. If not, then you can find them. But anything about correspondences? Okay, special topics. Information, this is regarding recognition of firefighters for CPR. Save is chief here. What do we do with this?
My understanding from the chief was that he just wanted you to read and recognize the firefighters, that they have different levels of recognition at the fire department. This one, they recognize at a small ceremony at the fire department. Other ones they would recognize at the board. But he just asked that you read this, unless you want me to.
No, I can. I attended that recognition over at the fire station and it was lovely. There was a man, it was Super Bowl Sunday and he was driving to Meyer to get snacks. And he had a cardiac arrest and ran into, went across some parcels and ended up hitting a house. And they were there in minutes and they saved his life. Cardiac arrest, if you don't have immediate response, you may not make it. Anyway, it was lovely. They had the sheriff deputies that were there at the scene, the dispatch that helped. They invited everybody. There must have been 25 or 30 people. And they were very grateful, especially his wife, that he is still alive. So on February 9th, 2025, Captain Cook, Lieutenant Cobb, firefighter Newsom, and firefighter Simpson were dispatched to a car accident where a vehicle crashed into a home on Dexter Ann Arbor Road. They immediately assessed the scene and determined that the crash was the result of a medical emergency and that the driver of the vehicle was in cardiac arrest. Working with Huron Valley ambulance paramedics, they were able to restore a patient's heartbeat and assisted transporting him to the hospital. The patient made a full recovery and was able to come to the station to thank all responders that were involved. Captain Cook, Lieutenant Cobb, firefighter Newsom, and firefighter Simpson received life-saving awards for their actions that resulted in saving a life that day. Now is the time for public comments. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. And we will begin with anybody that's present.
Tonight would exceed 5 minutes, so I wrote you a detailed letter to you yesterday. I hope you all read it. Clerk Flintoff. As I said in my letter, it seems you have decided you want to run Scio Township and have marginalized the powers of the supervisor. Fair enough. The bad news is that when you run a township, that means when the bad things happen, they fall on your shoulders. You responded to Caroline that you did indeed write 07, 8, 9, and 10, all designed to interfere with Supervisor Carey's ability to effectively defend herself from frivolous felony charges. That's all on you. I am shocked that this is who you've become. There can be no more damning thing to say about your behavior over the last few months than to compare you to Hathaway. Yet you are using his guidebook to attack a colleague. You refuse to pay her legal fees. You then change the ordinance that says you shall pay. Then you do it at the end of very long meetings. How is that not Hathaway's methods? Now about tonight's agenda. One very important question to the whole board. Is this who you are? Is cruelty and hypocrisy going to be the foundation of this new board? Have you all decided that hypocrisy and cruelty are the new foundation upon which this board will make all future decisions? Fair enough if that's what you want, but please have the courage to own it and tell residents how you intend to behave in the future. Now is when Hathaway would cowardly say this is not the time for back and forth with the board and would refuse to respond. It takes courage to own your actions, and I know all of you have courage. Please answer my question. If capping it at one attorney and refusing to pay all her legal fees isn't cruel, what is it? Please explain. You may not have to do it now, but I hope you will answer the question, is this who you are? Cruelty and hypocrisy. And if refusing to pay her legal fees isn't cruel, please explain why you think it's not cruel. While you were sabotaging a colleague, you were also refusing to pay her legal fees. This after agreeing that the township was responsible in November and then again in December. Then you stopped paying. Why did you refuse to pay January, February, March, and April? What made you change your minds? So last year you admitted you would pay her fees, then you stopped paying. There should be late fees associated with that stonewalling. Changing the indemnification ordinance now makes it crystal clear that no one here is safe. Currently, we have an open and shut case, right? It's clearly frivolous, right? Yet this is the case you've decided to use to change the ordinance. The case is a farce, and it proves this board will not protect anyone, not in the clerk's circle. It proves you are willing to sabotage a colleague facing ridiculous felony charges. Therefore, you are willing to do that to anyone in the building. That leaves only one conclusion. Everyone who works here, any elected official, any volunteer, anyone without $500,000 in the bank in cash available for their defense should quit this instant because everyone is in danger of being bankrupted because you work here. Anyone can file frivolous charges and this board will help bankrupt and or whoever is charged. While all of you were focused on sabotaging your colleague, the real work of the township went by the wayside. What about hiring a finance director? You've been talking about that for 4 years. Why is the job description only happening now? What is happening with the director of operations? Are you interviewing yet? It's been over 6 months since you took office. January 31st, you had a special board meeting and working session to establish priorities. Number 1, hire a finance director. Number 2, review the master plan. Number 3, establish performance review process for the board and employees. Number 4, build a finance program. Number 5, board retreat to figure out how to work together. Number 6, analyze Jackson Road to figure out how best to use our main street. So what have you accomplished of your priorities? You have a finance director job description. That seems pretty meager for 3.5 months. Why? Because you were more interested in spending time attacking your colleague. You got distracted. Also, Clerk Flintoff's list of board actions has disappeared from the agenda packet. There were a lot of past due items at the top of that list. What is being done about them? Please put aside this cruel effort. Please burn the Hathaway guidebook. Please get back to focusing on your real jobs to make Scio a better place to live. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Hello.
Everybody knows me, Bob Gregory, I'm on the building committee as well. And I'll be a little shorter than Bob was, thank you, Rob. First, I want to remind the board that the community you're all serving viewed the prior board as dysfunctional. And that's why this community elected Jillian and some of you in the past election to bring this community together. So far, this new board looks pretty dysfunctional as well. And now we're looking at an agenda item tonight that is quite frankly evil. Rob used the word cruel. I think evil is a better word, and I'll define it. Evil in that you're looking to harm an undeserving party, elected township supervisor Jillian. You already agreed to do the right thing and cover her legal fees that are necessary only as a result of the action she took to broadcast a township meeting and the resulting accusations of Will Hathaway. Will Hathaway took a situation that directly resulted from his own incompetence. He left his personal email account live on the township's computer system and difficult for another user to switch out of. And I was here that night and saw Ian and Jillian scampering to get us on Zoom at 6:30. Will took the opportunity to paint a narrative to serve his interest. Instead of seeing himself to blame, he chose to believe and convince us all that Jillian was a criminal and to convince us that her opponents deserved to be elected. I'm firmly convinced Jillian is innocent of any wrongdoing. And in brutal honesty, and we all know in our hearts, and don't take this wrong, Jillian, but I don't think you have the skills, computer skills to even do what they claim you did.
Oh, thank you.
And even if we assume she intentionally sent this email, who's harmed? What was the harm? What's the motive? What was the result of the email? I still haven't heard any negative consequences at the end of the day. This is just a giant nothing burger. So to me, it's your moral duty to support our supervisor. We elected her to be our supervisor, and we elected you to work with her and support her. And if you can't do that, you'll pay the price in the next election, or maybe before. If we can get a petition together and get you out. And then I want to personally pile on a couple of things that stick in my craw. I think it's financially corrupt to single source the HVAC system without competitive bids. And further agree to a non-standard system, which costs more money. Your primary job is to serve the taxpayers and prudently manage our money. It's not to make personal political statements, and you failed in this instance. And the attitude and behavior towards the Roads Advisory Committee was deplorable. You have entrusted us to make decisions with integrity and to challenge our group of volunteers that have worked diligently, as you did, was just a disgraceful display of arrogance and an uncalled for power display. In summary, if you want the respect of our constituency, we urge you to support Jillian against the evil machinations of Will Hathaway. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Greetings,
Hello.
Caroline Altamar, Scio resident. First of all, just so you guys know, you may have your mics on, but in the back row, you can't hear hardly anything. So don't assume that your mics are carrying you to the back. I mean, John's voice, Trustee Riser's voice comes through loud and clear, but the rest of you just sound like mumbles back there. Just so you know. It's hard to hear. Okay, I'm speaking in opposition to agenda items 7 through 10. There's much has been said and written in opposition and outrage over these items. The reasons here have been stated many times, so I will not list them here. Frankly, my biggest outrage is over the clear behind-the-scenes collusion of the board that excluded the supervisor until last Wednesday evening. I just don't know how you can look us in the eye and say that this isn't the case. There seems to be a new 5-2 cabal on the Board of Trustees. It's astounding that several of you that were on the minority side with the previous board and suffered under that corrupt majority are actually doing the exact same power moves. This smells like hypocrisy. And to do this while Jillian is in the midst of their battle is indeed cruel and beyond words. What on earth has she done to you, Jessica, Kathleen, Kathy, Ryan, and yes, maybe even you, David, that was so terrible, so awful, so unforgivable that y'all turned completely against her in such a short time? You will certainly deny this and use budget constraints as your justification. Too bad your fiscal obligations weren't in play at the HVAC decision. This is bullying loud and clear. And like many, I had high hopes for this board and you have disappointed me greatly. I stand proudly and resolutely with Team Jillian. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mark Altamare, she said it wrong. Done the same thing, but she inspired me tonight, so. Let me start out by saying, as a survivor of sudden cardiac arrest, not in a hospital, that 9 out of 10 people don't make it. So I want to shout out to the fire department for getting there to save that person. That's close to my heart, as I say. I'm here to talk about, seems to be the topic du jour, the reimbursement of attorney fees. Two aspects of that. One is the limiting of the current deal, and the other is the change, the seemingly simple change from shall pay to may pay. That deserves a little more time. I think the attempt to limit the process that's in place in any way, whether it's to stop or cap or whatever, it's misguided. I think it sends the wrong message. I think if you want to change that, you should change it, but don't go backwards in time. You've already got a deal in place. I don't even know if it's a legal thing to do. Maybe it is perfectly legal, but it doesn't sound honorable to me. I'm not going to use evil in some of the words that I know people feel. It doesn't sound like it has any honor, and I'd like to see some honor to the deal that's in place. Let that play out. If you want to change it going forward, by all means, make the change. The second is, I want you to think about the change from shall pay to will pay. I don't think that's a simple change. I don't think it's one word. I think it brings into play a whole process, a whole examination of how do you decide, who's going to decide and on what criteria will that be decided upon in the future if someone's employed or even applying for employment or a volunteer and they say, hey, Mike may pay. That means that the township has your back. If you're in the process of doing your work for the township and you haven't committed a crime, the township has your back. Maybe, because maybe we won't pay. Okay, so what's the maybe based on? And today it seems like, and I could be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like if you have a simple majority on the Board of Trustees, you can prove the other guy wrong. There's no court of appeals. There's no evidence. There's no testimony. There's no, anything that you would have in a court of law to say, this is legal or this isn't, and so forth and so on. It seems to me that sends the wrong message to people. And it could lead to what I've heard tonight of improper politics, where you can get a majority on the Board of Trustees and now you can just do whatever you want, whether it's right or wrong. And I don't know what the checks and balances on that are. So I would like to suggest that if and when, I think you can make this change if you want to. I think you have the votes already to say may pay. Before you make that change, please consider putting in the language that says, in these circumstances and based on this criteria, and I would like you to consider saying, and it shall be a unanimous vote of the Board of Trustees. There'll be no this, cabal or politics or whatever. If a trustee is involved, they're out. But everyone on the board should agree, this is a very clear-cut case where we should not pay. Otherwise, you let the Justice Department figure it out. And then if you back somebody who's found guilty and they go to prison, maybe you go after them later, but don't do that up front. Make that a very clear consideration and a process and very well documented before you make that change from shall pay to might, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Hi, Paula Gloverson. Resident of Scio. Whatever, 40 years. I think all of us have watched this whole thing from beginning of the election. And everyone, I think, sees a lot of facts around the accusations of this criminal charge. And why all of you on the board, I think, supported Jillian, or most majority. And I did not watch the thing today. I heard the prosecutor or something said June 17th. Kind of reminds me of the Palestinian trials where they keep knocking it further and further down our prosecutor office. Interesting. Waiting. But I talked to a lot of different people from Scio who live here, who have business here. People want to have some parameters around this case, Jillian, they really do. It's not that they personally are after you, but they're concerned about, this was a very vague ordinance. I don't even think it had she involved in it either, just him or whatever. It was it. So there have to be some parameters around it. Now, as far as what's already been paid or how many attorneys, everybody, hey, if I go to court for something, I guess I'd want the dream team with, as many of the most expensive lawyers I could get. But I also do not like when the community, who actually are informed, sometimes are attacking some of you. I don't have that responsibility that you all have sitting up here to make a decision for all Scio residents. And then I'm going to change subjects. TIF, I've been on this for a really long time. I have rules about it. I'll be interested. I may not be sitting here, but I'll listen to you on Zoom. And also priority waste, our favorite. Actually, I've had pretty good service. But the contract, and I think we all owe this gratitude to our past supervisor for all this mess and the continued animosity that's should be sorted out. And I think we're getting rules of order, we're getting policy, I actually like this board and the progress we're making. We're making investments, all kinds of good things, that people need to look at that. Doesn't mean I won't ever come here and be upset about something, no. But I do appreciate, and I understand it's a difficult position for every single, and especially you, Jillian. And, but it's problematic in many things on this prosecution. Preliminary prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Anyone else in person would like to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Carol Fletcher, Scio resident.
I'd like to reflect a little bit on the previous meeting when the road advisory group presented their recommendations, which the board did not approve. So that bothered me a lot because I could see angst on both sides, that there were what appear to be some legitimate reasons why the board would not approve. But that road advisory commission had obviously worked very hard and had put a whole lot of thought into their recommendations. So what concerned me is that this discussion took place like just a few days before the deadline for the decision. So my question to you is this a process problem And it doesn't perhaps affect some of your other advisory committees as well. You know, what if that, their recommendation had been presented to you weeks or God forbid, a month or two before, so that you could have had some rational discussion and made some decisions that didn't leave people put down and flattened and entirely unappreciated. I just think that maybe there's some process problems here that should be addressed. And it may apply to some other situations as well. So.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
Evening, Pat Stein, a longtime resident of Scio. First, I'd like to comment on the brief court appearance by Supervisor Carey that took place this morning. The result of a false police report initiated by Will Hathaway to the authorities, accusing Supervisor Carey of computer fraud. Jillian, I am sincerely sorry for how the bad actions by this evil man are still impacting your life 18 months later. I know that you did not do these things you're being accused of, and I wish you positive results throughout this lengthy court process. I want you to know that because you are going to be less than pleased with what I'm going to share tonight. I'm here this evening to speak on 4 items of this agenda that have really lit a fire under a few residents. 4 items, starting with 07, is a resolution that lists the 4 criteria each invoice would have to meet when submitting for payment of legal costs. These 4 criteria cannot be classified as unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination. Requiring the invoices be reviewed by finance and legal before payment would be irresponsible otherwise. And again, this resolution does not say that Jillian's invoices are not going to be paid. Item 08 is the resolution where the Board of Trustees votes to pay the invoices submitted by the supervisor for her attorney fees that are on tonight's agenda. This agenda item removes the attorney fees from Jillian's personal debt load. What more would you or should you expect from this board? Item 09 will limit future invoices for attorney fees to be for only 1 attorney, 1 law firm, not 2, just 1. As a resident whose tax dollars are going toward payment of these attorney fees, I believe that limiting future payments to just a single attorney, single law firm is a very reasonable expectation. And please note, this resolution does not appear to impact invoices that are on tonight's agenda. Item 010, amendment of an ordinance to match the authorizing statute. This amendment will be in effect 30 days after publication. Since this amendment will not be in effect until 30 days after the publication, it should have no impact on the supervisor's invoices that are on the agenda tonight, May 13th. Do I have that wrong? Do I have any of this wrong? What am I missing about these particular agenda items that validate the reason members of this board are being targeted by a few residents? These last few days have been a lot of traffic on Scio's highway of misinformation, a lot of half-truths and exaggerations and out-and-out falsehoods that are being spread to email, resulting in our board members' characters being attacked. We elected this board. We have seen each of their strengths at board meetings while Hathaway was our supervisor. And here you are now, throwing everything you've got, tearing out their character, their integrity, their honesty, their intentions, and their productivity. Although a few SCN messages seep through to my inbox, I am no longer receiving every message that passes through Scio Community News. My full access to those messages now appears to be limited or restricted. I assume because I spoke up in opposition to the claim that the position of Scio supervisor is a full-time job. It would have been hypocritical of me to not dispute that claim, since that was the very reason I partnered with David Reed in our attempted recall of Will Hathaway, who also claimed it was a full-time job. Point I'm trying to make here is it's easier to view the basic facts and see your way clear to form your own opinion on what's true and what's not, when you don't have to do with all the misinformation, half-truths, and anger that stacks up in your inboxes. Avoid all that noise. Stick to the basic facts. Now, there is one final truth I need to share with you. There have been conversations about the supervisor's treatment of others and her conduct in meetings. There was even talk of having a few Scio Township staff members come forward and speak up on the supervisor's behalf. That's really not fair to put an employee in a situation like that. I mean, really, that would be the equivalent of asking my husband, my lifelong partner that spends every day under the same roof as me, and expecting the truth and nothing but the truth when I ask him if my new jeans make my butt look bigger. Seriously. Well, I can give you a true answer regarding Jillian Carey's conduct toward others. I cannot attest to her behavior as Scio supervisor, but I can attest to her behavior as a resident while on her earlier mission to block GFL as our garbage contractor. I can also attest to her behavior as someone working on the Hathaway recall. In 2 words, at times her conduct has been disturbing, very disturbing. I have not just witnessed such behavior. I was on the receiving end of the screaming and hateful phone calls and voicemails. For reasons I don't understand, other residents have also been mistreated this way, and they are staying silent while accusing the board of making up these stories. I have no doubt this board is telling the truth when speaking about Supervisor Carey's treatment of others, at times disturbing, very disturbing.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat.
It's true, nothing but the truth.
Good evening. Renee Klubeck. I'm currently considered a member of the Compensation Committee. I have not been here since January. I'd like to take every 5 minutes of the meetings I missed and use them all now, but I know that's not going to happen. I was unable to be here when the review of the Compensation Committee happened. I'll return in another meeting and reference that. I have quite a bit to share on that. With that said, I'd like to take just a moment and welcome Trustee Reed to this board. I have not been here to welcome you, and I personally want to thank you for being a part of this. Secondly, I would like to say that transparency is something missing in a large number of this board, and I am here to say some things tonight that will bring things that may not want to be brought to the surface. Feel free to talk to me later about it. I will do it as quickly as I can. We have a problem on this board, so if you really believe that we're done with what we left behind, you're kidding yourselves. I would like to say that my last meeting here was January 6th. Does anyone need to know that that was not an easy meeting? I would like to at this time thank Treasurer Yapley for taking the time after that meeting to meet my husband and I at the doorway, discuss a little bit of what went on that day. I welcome that, I appreciate it. I would like to say that Kathleen Brandt, Trustee Brandt, excuse me, met me at the hallway, livid, not happy with what was said, disagreed, and said to me, I can't talk to you here, but I can meet you elsewhere. At that time, we agreed to meet at Grand Traverse at a later point. We met at Grand Traverse and spoke. Please keep in mind, I was already registered by December 17th as meeting and being a compensation committee member. I also met with Clerk Flintoff. She met with me also privately to talk. I would like to say thank you to Trustee Reiser, who spoke to me just in the lobby and said, I know you're upset. I hope we can make this better and at least acknowledge the frustration of the residents. I also met with another resident here at the township in the technical office with Supervisor Carey to ask my questions about how things run. Interesting, not more than 5 or 6 days after that, big hullabaloo. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody can go look at trucks with me. Oh my gosh, what has she done? You all broke that covenant before I even knew it existed. It wasn't ever explained to me. So I think that's part of transparency we should all begin to be aware of. Secondly, I would like to say that information that was given to us at the compensation committee there was some incorrect information. I'm going to bring back data at a later date to share that with you. That made our job twice as hard in 45 days. The last meeting we had, I'd like to call this as a personal presentation tonight as a resident, which is what Trustee Brandt came to our last meeting and said, I'm gonna do a presentation as a resident. We all sat there, we had work to do. So I'm saying this because I want to present that not anybody probably here, including, I'm sorry, but Trustee Knoll, you and I did not do very well January 6th, but I respected you so much as a person, as a trustee. I found out you were ill. I sent you a note and said, I'm sure we'll have more to talk about. I hope you're feeling better. You know what? A simple thank you would have been a really good thing to do as a member of this board to a resident. I'm here to say tonight, we have a problem and we have a legal problem. I have asked for 2 years to be a part of trying to investigate why this insurance policy, I spent my whole career working with malpractice lawsuits. I have asked for 2 years to be part of the processing of this insurance information, that policy, why they're not paying, why the drivers that are driving their private vehicles, do you know you're supposed to have every 6 months a cover letter of their insurance on their vehicles? Are you aware that that is a huge area that the township is liable for lawsuits? I have tried, I have asked, and what did this board do? Took the same policy back on. So while you're so busy fighting the attorney's fees, I'd also like to explain I've signed tragically 2 law agreements in the last 3 months. Please forgive me. I had a family tragedy and it's difficult. I can show you the data of a law office, a good law office here in Ann Arbor with adjusted rates. And secondly, when I signed it, they said to me, if we have specialty to go into a different state, we will need a different lawyer from a different company to be the specialty to do that work. And if we need to have knowledge of what is being done that's low level, we will pay that attorney versus the partner. Now, you are all intelligent people, and I realize I'm frustrated this evening. I went to bat for all of you. I got signs in my front yard. I wore t-shirts on that said, go for it. I don't want to lose this board, but I'm here to say that you guys need to do better. And Jessica, Clerk Flintoff, I've known you a long time. You wanted Jillian to take a leave of absence till the end of her election. You told me that. I will swear under oath for it. Kathleen, you didn't like her personality. You know, whose side of the street up there is 100% clean? I don't know. I don't know who can stand and raise their hand. But that's nothing to do with the people out there that are paying taxes.
Right.
This afternoon before I came, and I didn't want to come. I spent 3 hours today working on a family situation. I didn't want to come. I came back. Do you know why I came back? I believe in this board. I believe in this township, and I don't want to move. I am disappointed. Please use me for what I can do to help. I am so frustrated on what happened in 45 days here, the first of the year. And as I was getting ready to come here on television, forgive me, I heard the perfect quote, and I want it to be wrong, but I want you to hear it. The quote said, and it came from the National Review, "Welcome to the swamp under new management." Is that what you want for this? Is that what you want? Ask us for help, but please do not make this personal. Look at your own side of the street. Think about this. And if you want to talk about lawyers' fees and bringing in additional second lawyers, I have 2 contracts right now that my name is under. I'll be happy to show you. This is how it's done now. Just like, excuse me, Ryan, but I don't think you want Jessica running the finances. And Jessica, I don't think you want Kathleen running your budget. Wrong word, your data. It's how it's done. And anybody who says different doesn't know anything about what's happening in this world. I am frustrated. I think a lot of this township, I'm asking you all to really take a breath and think about your votes tonight. And if I don't stay till midnight, it's because I have to be in Muskegon tomorrow morning for a legal situation and I can't stay. But I am following, and I don't believe it's a few people. It's everybody in this residency, this township wants something better than another swamp. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feinberg, what time style?
Hi, Steve.
I didn't want to come tonight, but I felt it was important. I supported all of you on this board. I did everything I could to put you where you are. And I need to give you the benefit of the doubt. It's like a divorce. And for the divorce, there are three sides to the story. It's his side, her side, and what the real side is. You ran on transparency. All of you said you were transparent. I have read more garbage and crap on the internet about all of you that I don't know whether to believe or not. But I will tell you, I noticed that the next one is board member response. I'd like to hear from you what the real story is. You owe it to us to be honest and forthright. I'd like to get it straight from the individual. I don't want to hear it through a third party that's distorted. We deserve it. We put you there. We believe in you. And we believed in Jillian. We all supported her. You all came in. We all went ahead of her. You know, there's a story. You gotta take each other's back. When I was a surgeon, I spoke to my residents. I told them I really didn't give a hoot about your ego or the person you were. It's the patient. Patient comes first. And goddamn it, it's the community comes first. And you come together as a group and a cohesive force. The better of all of us. That's why you're there. Come on now, guys, get it. And girls, gals, women, whatever. I want to make sure I'm correct. Get it together. We want to support you. Allow us to do that, but be honest. And cover each other's back. This infighting and garbage is worthless. It's negative energy. It's negative. You're not going anywhere. I'm not going to belabor the point. You've heard a lot of others, information from everybody else, but come on. Let's get it together, guys. We're all on the same team from what I gather, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ian Hubert, Road Commission. I was in court today and I cannot imagine what Jillian is going through. It sucks at a huge level. Put yourself in her position. You're facing 11 years in prison, getting on that computer and doing what you as a board have authorized us to do. 11 years. It sucks. Going to that court sucks. The whole case sucks. There's nothing okay with it. Okay? I can't imagine why you would put something on the agenda tonight, the day of that court case, that goes after Supervisor Carey. It's despicable. You should be ashamed of yourselves. She's done nothing wrong, but try and get a two-factor code on that frigging computer. And we've all had to live through it, so get behind her. Road commission is voluntary. Many positions in this township are voluntary. I volunteer my time. If that regulation gets changed, 010, I believe it is, whatever, I will resign. Okay? I cannot come to that meeting in the knowledge that I could be liable for $250,000 of legal fees to come here and volunteer for this community. I will not do it. And I'm sure there are plenty of other people who feel the same way. We're doing the best that we can do for this township. But why would I subject my family to that risk? So when you consider that rule, consider it very, very carefully, because it will have consequences. In terms of the dysfunction of this board, I think it's fairly obvious that something has gone wrong. Can I make a suggestion? If I'm leading a team of people and it's gotten that far out of whack, better believe I would go find a consultant, I would bring them in, and I would ask them to help us. What's gone wrong? Where's the trust gone? Please give that some thought. It's certainly needed. I know there's a lot going on. It's actually quite interesting, Pat Stein's comment about Gillian shouting at her. Now, I've never witnessed that, okay? But I've heard the same thing from different people accused of other people. Where's the truth? Where is the truth? Seriously, guys, get some help. All this backstabbing and doing stuff behind each other, it's not working for these people, okay? Please get behind Supervisor Carey. Nobody should be going to court facing these stupid charges, by the way, that we're all paying for. We're paying the prosecutor, we're paying the attorneys, and I have no problem with the fees being paid for, okay? So don't misinterpret that. But we, the people, are paying for this. What a travesty. It's really crazy, it's really sick. So please, think carefully tonight.
Thank you, Ann.
Hello. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident, Scio Community Newsletter, Scio Government Watchdog. Clerk Flintoff.
After the August 2024 election results, many of us gathered for a celebration. I made a statement that I thought I was never going to need. I said that if I see board members behaving badly, I would call you out on it. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to have to do so. Beginning with decisions made on January 6, 2025 by some on this board, you began a smear campaign to discredit Supervisor Carey. Why? It has taken these few months of reading resolutions, listening to your words, watching your actions to see a pattern. Let's begin with what was absent. At no time, Clerk Flintoff, did you reach out to me and ask me to help with specific failings of Supervisor Carey. That you didn't was a big red flag. At no time, I, as one of your biggest supporters in the previous administration's actions, did you say to me, here are grievous mistakes the supervisor is doing, nor you, Trustee Knoll. Did you recruit my help in fixing the Carey problem? Most recently, Trustee Brandt and I have had an email exchange that is yet to be fruitful. Public service announcement. For anyone interested, Trustee Brandt's office hours for constituents is the hour before a board meeting. But Clerk Flintoff, the real problem isn't the incompetence or behavior issues of Supervisor Carey. It's all about keeping power into the hands of a few. Your words and actions have been about someone who is afraid of losing power. These last few months of what amounts to a smear campaign of Supervisor Carey makes you look like the green wizard man behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. Trustee Brandt behaves like the Wicked Witch of the West, and Trustee Knoll is one of your flying monkeys. The wizard's deception in that movie can be seen as a reflection of how politicians and authority figures use deception and trickery to maintain their position. Or maybe we should consider that some on this board are megalomaniacs, a person who is obsessed with keeping power. But wait, there's just one problem. One person can't have all the power, as it's the Board of Trustees with the collective power. But you four have unofficially made Clerk Flintoff the High Wizard, and the clerk isn't going to let anyone stand in the way of her power, is she? So let me be clear.
I'm not speaking out on this power grabbing behavior because you're a lesbian. I don't care who you love. What I care about is how well you do your job, how well you work with our supervisor without underhanded tactics. At every turn, it's been you or Trustee Brandt who have brought about resolutions to undermine Supervisor Carey. I now have to ask myself, how much did you contribute to the issues with the last board? Remember when Treasurer Palmer told you to stay in your own lane? What's more, we don't have, after 10 months of discussion, a manager to help run this township. Oh, that's right. You voted to hire a director of operations, a position with little teeth in it. And in this current atmosphere will find themselves solidly under your thumb. Where is, after years of asking for a finance director, where do we have one? Let's see, a finance director might not agree with you, so let's spend lots of township money we don't have on contractors. No offense to contractors. The actions before this board tonight show betrayal to residents in your resolutions to undermine Supervisor Carey. Whoever votes for these issues is working in the best interest of keeping Wizard Flintoff in absolute power and control. This board has become an embarrassment to this community, and you have done to the position what you have done to the position of supervisor. We are no longer living in Scio Township. We are living in the twilight zone. Finally, this issue of email gate, Supervisor Carey encountered at the November Roads Committee meeting is a direct result of the failings of Scio government. This government was you know what I mean, in having enough staff to support its ever-growing technology needs. Why, again, did our previous IT director quit at the beginning of the year? Have you replaced him, or is our remaining one IT employee being overworked? Early in this debacle, Scio government failed in its due diligence to know there was an ordinance that would pay then Trustee Carey's attorney fees. Now you are trying to change the rules midstream and to hobble Supervisor Carey by yet more underhanded resolutions. Trustee Knoll, Trustee Brandt, Treasurer Yapel, Clerk Flintoff, your actions, your treatment of others are not what I voted for. Please resign.
Thank you, Pam.
Yep.
Is there anyone else present that would like to speak? No? Christie, online? Oh, okay.
Jonathan Greenberg, go ahead, please.
Oh, hey, thank you. I didn't think I'd be going first, but wow. Some very impassioned speeches. A couple things I'd like to point out. First of all, for those of you on Zoom, take a look in the lower left-hand corner of your window and note that the account being used to broadcast this. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I just got a note that's saying I had 7 seconds to finish talking, so I just didn't know what was going
Oh,
on. Yeah, so
Yes.
for those of you on Zoom,
you
take a
hear
look
us?
in the lower. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
yep, we
Okay.
can hear you, Jonathan.
All right, then I will continue. If you're on Zoom, take a look in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. It indicates that the account being used is Christy Akins. Hi, Christy.
Hey.
Here's the problem. This court case, this BS nothing burger with cheese and stupid sauce, all of it goes back to the inappropriate use of technology here in Scio Township. This is what I've been talking about for a year and a half. It's what I do. If you look, you notice this account is being used. It's a personal account. Microsoft has something called an resource account. I have provided instructions to Scio Township multiple times. Jessica, you'll acknowledge this, on how to fix this issue and to create a resource account so we never use an individual's account and end up with this problem again. Yet here we are, year and a half later, debating these bills that we're paying because the very stupid problem we had a year and a half or 2 years ago is still the problem that we have. I've offered to help fix this. Like others, nobody's taken me up on my offers. I love Pat Stein. love Pat Stein and I love what she said to you at the beginning, Jillian. And much like what she said at the beginning of what she said to you, I'm going to say something that she might not like. I think the nice things that she said were from her heart. And I think the nasty attacks on you were written for her by someone else. I truly believe that because I know Pat Stein is a very kind, sweet person. And I think the reaction that someone just had on the board, everybody watch the video tomorrow, the reaction that one of the members of the board just had tells the truth of who wrote her attacks on Jillian, because those are the same words she used to me. And I've heard these attacks about Jillian yelling. And again, much along other comments, yeah, Jillian, I can tell you, doesn't have the technical ability to do what she's accused of. And while she is also a handful at times, she doesn't yell. She gets excited, she gets passionate, but she doesn't yell. I've never heard her yell. So the fact that that came out of your words, just disappointing. Finally, and this goes back to a conversation we had a long time ago, Jessica, and I sure hope, and it goes to the accusations of others, and I sure hope you're mature enough to acknowledge that early on, when you were really upset with Jillian about something early on in the Januaries of last year, you said to me I didn't think about it that much at the time. It wasn't that meaningful, but you said to me very specifically, I'm not going to let her ruin what it's taken me 5 years to build. And the more I saw attacks on Jillian over the last 6 months or whatever, the attacks on the compensation commission, the accusations made against me for cheating, like I somehow didn't know what I was doing with the data, or I was somehow trying to mislead, made by one of your members of your BOT there. It's on film, it's on video, it's recorded. You can watch it out on the site. The attacks on the road commission, the attacks on her responsibilities with utilities, the attacks on her now with trying to take away payment for a second attorney. And one of the points that nobody's mentioned yet so far is that Jillian did try to come to the township and say, hey, you guys need to help me here. I was doing my job. You need to provide me with an attorney. And what did the township say? They said, no, we don't. Go away. Take care of it yourself. So Jillian, with the help of many people, tried to raise funds to cover those lawyers. And in that time, Jillian realized that that the township had an ordinance and had to pay her legal fees. She already had 2 lawyers. They're a team. That's how things are done. And then on top of all of that, there's all this equivocation about, oh, we have to be financially responsible with our taxpayers' dollars. Well, you just spent 1.5 million on some non-standard HVAC system because you want to be greener than the people next door. Nobody went, and maybe that's the right way to go, but we don't even know because you didn't get any other bids. You didn't go out and do any of your homework. You're too busy running around coming up with these charges, these allegations that you plant in the community to take shots at Jillian to call her unstable or yelling or whatever, when you yourselves have acknowledged to me directly that you're intimidated by the power she yields as supervisor. So you keep attacking her. This is just another one. If 07, 08, 09, and 10 pass, I, I, I mean, I just, it's beyond words. It's just beyond words how disgusting the behavior has been. And I've said it before. Um, I'm reserving some of my comments that I would like to share with you, Kathy Knoll, but you'll only call me when you need something. You've all disappointed me greatly in this, and I've worked for all of you. Oh, one last question. Kathleen Brandt, should I renew your campaign website and domain name? Because I've been paying for it for you. I don't know if you'd like me to continue to pay for that.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Please raise your hand. Supervisor Curtis, no hands raised.
Okay. So we have a new item on the agenda called board member response. Is there one hand raised that I saw? Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, I just want to respond briefly, to the criticism of, being evil, wizard, etc. Sure, I wanted to respond to the criticism of being an evil wizard, related to, criticism that the 4 items related to payment of Jillian's legal bills were actually an attempt to not pay her legal bills. I want to thank Pat Stein for having read the packet. I have been the one to bring payment of legal bills every single time, including this one. The reason why the bills were delayed was when the new board came in, they asked for more information, including original invoices. That did not add up. They included ineligible expenses. It took quite a bit of time, which I'll be happy to talk about if we need to during that item, in order to reach a process. But I am very committed to paying the bills lawfully and in a way that's going to stand up to all of the criticism the township will have. This is the first time we've ever relied on this 2009 ordinance. Our township attorney has advised us for months and months and months that this ordinance is not based in the law and that it should match statute, urging us, somebody on this board, to have the guts to come forward and make an ordinance that's lawful so that we have a lawful position to stand on. And I'm not going to break the rules for Jillian. I'm not going to break the rules for anybody, no matter how much I support her innocence. If an OHM invoice is not proper, I'm not going to bring it to the board for payment. So it took some time to get a process in place in order to do this. I'm happy to talk about all 4 of these items when we get to it, but I'm just, certainly, the community, we are full of good people who mean well. We're all disgusted at what happened and what is happening to Jillian. And there is a path forward to get these paid, but I don't see these limiting payment in the future. In fact, I think it would require coordination, much like what Renee was describing with a typical agreement where one attorney will work with another, however many attorneys there would be. That is what this would force. But I'd like to talk about it more when we get to the topic. Thank you.
Treasurer Gable.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'd like to address a couple of things that were brought up in public comment. First off, Carol Fletcher, thank you for bringing up the ability to have more time to look into different items. I'm going to work with internal staff, and we're going to create a calendar of due dates. That way we have some things that come up year over year, such as the road improvement agreement, tax bills, other things that are routine, and we have a better hold on when we need to look at them, so we can have time to certainly ask questions and get more information if it's needed. I did also send to Jonathan's question a message to our IT specialist asking about the resource account for the Zoom for the meeting hall. So hopefully get an answer about that here over tomorrow or Thursday. Renee had flagged your question about potential legal concerns as far as renewal of the motor vehicle screening and other items that you brought up, and I'm going to address that next week at our attorney meeting. Yep, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Reed?
I'm confused where the information, some of the accusations, I guess, where you're getting your information. If you read 07, 08, 09, and 010, we have been asked repeatedly by a number of you not to pass any of these. Well, quite frankly, if we don't pass 09, or excuse me, 08, we're not going to pay the fees. So we have to pass 08. And 07 is a simple clarification of how the bills are going to be submitted and reviewed. 09 is, well, 010 is the one that personally I had a real problem with. The may versus shall is a real issue for me. I had a long discussion with our township attorney, well, not a long, brief discussion with our township attorney, and he set me straight that in fact, our ordinance is in conflict with the state, not ordinance, state, what is it? Statute, thank you, state statute. And we could be called on account for that because our ordinance is wrong. It was passed 2009 without any discussion at the board, and it kind of slipped in, and the ordinance, we're not sure how it got changed from may to shall, but the changes that have been made by our attorneys have now brought our ordinance in line with the statute. So I would say that we don't even need this ordinance anymore because it's a virtual copy of the state's statute. It's easier to find because it's linked, you can link it from the website rather than, or from our website rather than trying to go to the state site. So that's about the only reason to keep this ordinance. But so nowhere in the ordinance do we say that we're not going to pay the bills. So I am struggling with the angst that these 4 resolutions have arisen, because we're not saying we're not going to pay the bills. We're saying the bills have to be submitted properly and reviewed by the attorneys. And what more can I say? There's a firestorm out here that really is brewed by a misinformation and half-truths. I think Pat said it best, and so I don't need to echo her words, but I think if you replay the video tonight, listen to what Pat said, I think you'll get a better understanding of where we're coming from. Thank you.
May I now speak?
Did you have your hand up?
I've had my hand up for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, because.
Sorry.
Kathleen,
May I speak?
you may.
Ms. Carol Fletcher, I just wanted to let you know that the proposal that came from the Roads Advisory Committee was passed by this board. That did get passed. What did occur is some of us, myself included, had a difference of opinion on one of the roads, but nonetheless, it was passed. So I really don't understand. It's simply a difference of opinion. It got passed. So just wanted to clear that up. Mr. Feinberg, thank you for your comments about asking for transparency. I prepared comments in advance, which I think is exactly what you're asking for. So in response to public comment, I'm responding to misinformation. As a purchasing professional, I provided my assessment to Supervisor Carey that the invoices she had presented for payment would not pass a financial invoice audit. On January the 14th, 2025, I emailed Supervisor Carey stating that invoices presented will not pass an audit and represents lack of internal controls. I detailed reasons the invoices were not sufficient. Missing pages, no address of service provider, no provider name, no hourly rate, service described as board dispute, complete redactions with no indication of what service was provided. I copied this email to the entire board of trustees. Supervisor Carey responded that she would not provide additional information. On January 23rd, 2025, I held a meeting with Judy Monk and Ryan Yapel to discuss Supervisors Carey's attorney attorney costs for two attorneys. We conducted this meeting as new board members who were not involved with the prior board's decision to pay attorney fees. We were all in agreement that we would try to discuss the situation with Supervisor Carey to ask that she only use one attorney going forward. Former trustee Judy Monk volunteered to be the spokesperson for our small group. On January the 28th, another meeting was held with former trustee Judy Monk and Treasurer Yapel to further discuss
transcribing a memorandum of understanding to present to Supervisor Carey to attempt to reconcile the problems of the invoices presented in the multiple attorneys. Junie Monk herself requested that additional language be added to the memorandum of understanding stating the township would not pay for an appeal of the supervisor's case. It is my understanding that former trustee Monk had a meeting with Supervisor Carey in which she presented a draft memorandum of understanding. I had no conversations with any other board members about these meetings to discuss the memorandum. It is my understanding that Supervisor Carey rejected everything in the memorandum of understanding with no compromise and then refused any further discussions. On March the 25th, I had a phone call with Trustee Reiser regarding invoices presented by Supervisor Carey. I shared with him copies of 3 of the invoices because he stated he could not retrieve the invoices himself. I discussed with him that these invoices would not pass an invoice audit and, in my opinion, should not have been paid without corrections. It is my understanding that the topic of adequate invoices in multiple attorneys had been discussed at length with Supervisor Carey during the weekly attorney meetings. I have not been involved in these discussions in any way. I have available a copy of one of Supervisor Carey's invoices for your review with annotations included. These are the invoices I'm suggesting would not pass an audit. I also have available for comparison an attorney invoice from Pittsfield Township that I found in their meeting agenda package, which represents an acceptable and audible invoice presented for payment. The narrative that Supervisor Carey has been blindsided by members of the Board of Trustees is not true. I would like this added to the meeting minutes, please. I'll hand it to you.
Any other member of the board? Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure, but okay, I'll say a few words. First, can you hear me?
Speak up. No, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay. This situation is complicated. Nobody wanted it to come to this. I don't think you're guilty. You know that. It's an unfair situation. However, when board members are thrown, and I feel like sometimes words have been thrown at us that are only partially true. Statements have been misconstrued, used out of context. It becomes very difficult. And that's part of why I haven't responded. I've received contact from numerous residents, and I've had lengthy discussions with them. I apologize for not calling you, Paula, but I was going to. Others who've come and gotten up in front of the board and commented that, well, you didn't reach out to me. It's like, well, when I reach out to people, I want to know that they're going to attempt to listen to me and understand my position too. Just because my position might be different from your position doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve a fair audience. And I have not felt like there's been an impartial audience with some of you. So that's why, Pam Boyd, I used to call you frequently. And Renee, we had talked in the past a lot. So
Why the change?
well, when people accuse us of things we haven't done,
Then talk to us.
I'm trying to right now, but when you respond, and it sounds to me like an accusatory tone when I am trying to talk to you and explain why and why I haven't responded and why maybe some others haven't responded. For me, that's the reason. I am very disappointed with what's happened with this board. I don't think anyone's any more disappointed than I am.
I beg to differ in that one.
Uh,
Okay. Anything else? Are you finished?
I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
No. So when we get to the attorney fee issue, we'll discuss it in more detail. But just because we've put this on the agenda tonight doesn't mean that we want to cut back or somehow undermine Jillian's defense. We don't. So but that will come out in more detail later.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Anything?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
You and I have had our disagreements in the past, some heated exchanges. I heard of an incident where there was once a hot mic incident where you said you wanted to strangle him. But so what? You forgive and you forget. You move on. Sticks and stones may break my bones. The role that I think we all should be striving to be cast at is the role of the tin man who at the end of the day got a heart. And I think we all need to have some more heart on this board and get along. I have had disagreements with all of you. I've offended most of you, and for that I apologize, but pledge to work with you. And let's all have a heart and try to do things in a, I don't know, more gentle, loving, collaborative manner. That's my comment.
So it's my turn. Yeah. November 15th, 2023, I came in to run a road advisory committee. I was already elected as a trustee. I went to start a Zoom meeting because 2 days before that, there was a DDA meeting that that residents could not get onto Zoom. And it's been an ongoing issue. IT is important. We can't live without it. Our township has been so behind for decades for our IT. And it's not a big deal. So then I'm falsely accused, yes, falsely accused, and shocked because the next morning I found out that this happened. And immediately, criminal investigation. For what? So anyways, the sheriff came to my door on a Sunday night, 5:30. I'm in my robe making dinner, shocked that this is happening. And I stated, it's all public. What happened? I didn't think a big deal. Then the investigation's ongoing and ongoing. And then a week before absentee ballots go out, I'm charged with 2 felonies. So let's go back before that. Hot mic incident. Yeah, you know what happened with that? I'm at home, not even wanting to be on any meeting at Township Hall. And I get phone calls and text messages from residents. I can't get into the meeting. There's something going on. Now I'm looking up John Reiser's nose because the camera's there. Why is the camera there? My computer was muted. Somebody unmuted me. I was upset that here we are again. And this is 4 months, 6 months into an investigation. And the township did not take the responsibility seriously for our IT. And Trustee Reiser, you were a trustee then. How many board members had said, let's get this IT issue. This is important. Let's hire who we need. Okay. So Moving forward. There have been a lot of accusations. In fact, there is a trustee that has gone out of her way to harass me, has called me a bitch, has flipped me off during meetings, and in fact, she called me a fucking bitch, and it was caught on video. For what? Because I didn't follow the rules of being respectful to Treasurer Yapel. So it's been constant ever since December. My salary, which everybody else approved their salary increase, but they rejected mine after it was already approved. What else? Removal. Oh, she's not qualified. We are all qualified because we are residents and we're 18 years old and we ran for office. That's all the qualification you need. Oh, let me go back. Let's calmer note here. Regarding the Road Advisory Committee and the WCRC agreement, we have been trying to work with the Road Commission since October. It has been, they are so busy. They were busy educating every township that had new boards. I even attended a workshop over there. It was wonderful. So they came back very shortly before the deadline. They had a deadline of May 2nd. We had a deadline of April 30th to get this done because we had ARPA funds that were going to expire. So that's what we did. So we did the best we could. And it was said to me, well, you didn't provide us with a process. We were never told to provide a process. In the past, WCRC agreements went under consent. Nobody ever pulled them, or if they did, it was rare. And they all passed. So we were blindsided by what felt like more accusations and attacks. Well, okay, regarding these legal fees. So going back, I hired an attorney right away. Well, not right away, with the help of a resident, which I am very grateful for because I wouldn't have been able to do it. My attorney, Mark Chutkow, who is a federal U.S. retired prosecutor, who worked on the Kwame Kilpatrick case and the Rizzo case, ironically, because I got involved with this township because of garbage. Most of you are here because of that. Not the contractors, but anyways, he says to me, and him and my other attorney specialize in public corruption. They know the value of taxpayer funds. He said to me, go to the township and ask for if they have insurance, if they have policies, if they have ordinances. I came and asked, nope, we don't have anything like that, but we will contact the insurance company. And they did. And the insurance company said, well, no, we're not going to cover that, but if she's charged with a crime, come back to us. So kept asking, no, we're not going to cover. So I went ahead and did what I had to do for myself. Charged with 2 felonies. That is, my freedom is on the line. Oh, you won't go to prison. It's your first time offense. It will ruin the rest of my life. I won't be able to get a job, or if I do, it's going to be hard. Housing, that's another thing. I can't even go to Canada. Can't own a gun, and the list goes on and on. So this is a serious issue. For what? Because we have board members that couldn't get along, and they have big egos, and it continues. So yelling, oh, yelling, let's see. It's called reactive abuse. So somebody that comes after you over and over and over again, and then you hold them accountable by raising your voice. Look at her. See, told you, she's mentally ill. And yes, Trustee Knoll, questioning my sanity. It's insane. This is insane. And you know, from the beginning, I have been saying, let's bring the employees together with the administration and listen to them so we can work together and find out what needs to be done. But no, it's, we're going to tell you what to do. And if you don't like it, we're going to keep coming after you, especially if you're a complainer. I was the one that at that meeting that Trustee Kathleen had presented, said, let's get together and put our highest priority together so we can work on this. I said, I want a board retreat. I want somebody to come in and help this board get along, because if we don't, and we work together, all of these projects will never happen. Well, they will, because it's 5-2 now, right? Let's see, now regarding the MOU, this is what really gets me. MOU, resolutions, Kathleen, Ryan, and Jess talking, Kathleen and Ryan and Judy talking. We are a board. The board should have had some type of sit down and said, listen, this is what we need to do. We're concerned. I'm concerned. So my attorneys, I had them review these 4 resolutions. They are in agreement with the first 2. I do question the $6,000 that is being reduced, because my attorneys don't even know that wasn't presented. There was talk of it a little bit here and there, but $6,000? They're not charging for anything other than my defense. It's also been said that I have been using these attorneys for my tax issues and also my issues with a neighbor, which is not true. They are representing me for my defense and nothing else. So this is really, and to speak of Judy Monk, other accusations. I was one of the suspects that put the note under Jessica's door, along with some others. Why? Why would I do that? Apparently, I'm so sneaky that I don't voice. But how can I be so sneaky and not voice when I'm a big yeller? Can't be the same. I have no problem saying what's on my mind. And also to say that Judy Monk, she's the one with the appeals. I called Judy yesterday after I heard that, and she denies it. And Judy Monk, that was a 20-year Franklin Village council person that had a stellar reputation, but she comes here and now she's untrustworthy. And what else has she done? So this is really a matter of, well, Supervisor Carey is this and this and this. So yes, I was blindsided by these 4 items on the day that I had another preliminary hearing. Do you know how I found out about these 4 items? And Christy, I did ask you, anything came up at the attorney meeting, because I had a migraine and missed it, to please present that to me. I was not aware. I found out after my RAC meeting that these were on the agenda. So yes, I was blindsided with these 4 agenda items. We have had conversations over the time, about different various things, but I have, not one board member is my boss. I am not their boss. And this is where they are forgetting that we are supposed to be the administration of the township, not using attorneys or anything else against another board member. Didn't we do that the last 4 years? And we all complained about it? So I have the memorandum of understanding here, if anybody wants to read it. I also have the other resolution that was slipped over to me in an attorney meeting. And yes, I am not going to agree to anything until my attorneys read it. And slamming doors in people's faces. And then you're running around telling everybody I slam doors? And Ryan and Christy were witnesses to that, Kathleen. So I guess that was a good therapy session for all of us, right? Let's move on.
Yeah, let's do this every week.
J1, I move the approval of the April 22nd, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You moved to, and you support, but there are some corrections that need.
What page?
Well, anything that says park, well, not everything that says Park Ridge. Park Ridge is one word. I know it's minor, but it's correct in some places, but not others.
I'll correct that.
And then also on page 13 of the minutes and page 19 of the packet, well, I guess I'm sorry, page 13 of the April 22nd. It says, she raised concerns that roads like Park Ridge and Lamplighter have received disproportionate funding. That I believe what Kathleen Brandt has meant was Laurentide.
Page.
Well, it's
Brandt.
13 of the
I got it.
April 22nd.
About halfway down.
Is that correct, Kathleen? Did you mean Laurentide or
She,
Lamplighter?
I have written, she raised concerns that roads like Park Ridge and Lamplighter had received disproportionate funding due to vocal resident advocacy.
Yeah, but Lamplighter wasn't on the.
No, I said lamplighter.
Park Ridge and Lamplighter are correct, Kathleen?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to verify. All right. And one more. On page 16, public comments. Paula Globerson, Scio resident, and okay, she's gone. But anyway, she criticized past development plans near the Park Ridge condominiums. I believe that's Parkwood.
Yes.
And that's all I have,
Would remove to approve.
as
As
amended.
amended.
Okay,
Support.
on to J2.
Is there?
Oh,
vote?
I'm sorry, yes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes.
With respect to J2, I'm prepared to move unless there are additions or corrections.
I would support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. Minutes approved. J3 minutes. Special meeting from 6 PM.
Riker moved to approve.
I'd support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, minutes approved. Okay, let's see. Consent,
I'll move the consent agenda,
including the Bird City, correct?
including, excluding
Oh, right,
peddlers and solicitors
Consent as amended.
as amended,
as
yes.
amended.
Or
Well, payment of the bills, Clerk Flintoff, call the roll, please.
Oh, right.
Roll call requested by Carrie. Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes,
Riser,
yes.
Carrie.
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0.
Okay, yeah. Okay, on to reports. So we have, included in the packet, excuse me, included in the packet is the April 28th planning report from Carlisle Wortman. Are there any comments about that? No? No hands up? Okay. Any other reports before we get to utilities? Bree? Sure.
A brief update. I want to thank everybody for their help with the May 6th election. We had a wonderful turnout for the Dexter School District election at 31.6%. So for a single question special election, that's very good. 83% of our voters voted AV. Thanks to Deputy Clerk Barb Kalaja, our election inspectors, Kiwanis Club, office utility staff, and everybody for your support. I also want to remind everybody that we're having the Daughters and Sons of the American Revolution are hosting a dedication at Popkin Cemetery this Sunday at 2 p.m. for the gravestone of Sylvester Richmond. This is part of an effort that the township is starting to protect various sacred burial grounds of different types. This is just the first one. And it so happens that there's a Revolutionary War veteran buried there. So I hope everybody can make it Sunday at 2. The upcoming agenda items, that Christy and I track are in the packet here. I did just have a question, a follow-up from correspondence. Our Director of Parks, Murphy Harrington, had asked the board via email about if there is agreement to send a letter regarding the Endangered Species Act. That is something we'd need to take action on at a meeting. I would be happy to support a motion if the board would welcome that. I would make a motion to ask Director Harrington and Office Coordinator Aiken to draft and submit a letter in support of preserving the current regulations of the Endangered Species Act on behalf of the Board of Trustees.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Great, motion passes. Well.
I have a brief update.
Trustee Noel? Oh, wait, are you finished? I'm sorry. Jumping ahead.
Several of us attended some recent meetings in Dexter regarding Dexter potentially revising their master plan. And two of us have attended or watched by Zoom Dexter City Council meetings when they recently discussed the proposed community well, that is likely going to be proposed by David Lutton on the property that might be annexed into Dexter. So there are a lot of moving pieces here. We don't have all the facts yet. However, this well, as it is currently proposed, would be the largest well serving the city of Dexter. They currently have 4 other smaller wells. In discussions in our development meetings, we've discussed that we are probably going to need to consult with Larry Lemke, the hydrogeologist who has advised us previously on hydrogeology issues, because of the massive amount of water that's going to be extracted potentially with this well. All kinds of studies have already been done, and Dave Lutton has hired his own hydrogeology company. But I would like Larry Lemke to review the records from this analysis that's been done. So I don't have anything yet to give you. There's no formal resolution tonight, but it's coming. So probably at our next meeting, we'll have it. I just wanted to alert all of you that this will become an issue.
Add it to the list. Thank you. Any other reports? Okay, on to L2 Utility Director Report.
Good evening, board.
Hello.
Good evening.
So for the agenda item, I prepared a document for you to review. And at this time, if you guys have any questions for me, covering the period of any time, but specifically October 22nd, which was my last report up to this point, May 13th, be more than happy to answer any questions.
See. Did I hear, David, did you say something?
No.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
I was just going to say it's a very complete report. Thank you.
Yeah, just a question about the engineering standards. Can you tell us a little bit about what the process looks like for going through that dense technical revision with our engineers?
Yes, OHM sat down with me. The book does go over a lot of different utilities that I do not have any purview over. So specifically, I'm just referencing and looking over the water and sewer portion of the engineering standards. Making recommendations on different parts that I'd like to be seen used in the field. Compared to what we currently have, a lot of them are gonna be staying the same. Different methods of how I'd like things done compared to what are being done right now. That's really it. It's basically the standards that the developers and contractors have to do in order to build here in Scio Township. Those are the things that I'm looking at and making sure that I agree with, and if I don't, then I tell them what I would like to have put in there, and then they facilitate that. And then at some point in time, that information will be presented to the board to decide if they wish to agree with it. Or we could have an internal meeting beforehand to discuss some of the bigger changes that are being recommended. And perhaps we could have some dialogue at that time before it actually got to the board.
Great. Thank you, Brandon.
Absolutely.
Other trustees?
That was quick. Well, thank you, Brandon, for your report. Also, thank you for getting out and replacing a lot of the water meters. I know. Thank you for dealing with that one customer we identified the other day, the fast food restaurant who had a $200 and something bill for a quarter when they normally had a several $1,000 bill. And I appreciate everybody's hard work in getting the water meters replaced so we can have accurate reads and accurate billing.
Appreciate that. The field tech specifically, along with Alicia, they're putting on some amount of work. In order to get that work done, it requires a lot of hours in the field and a lot of paperwork in the process. So the team is doing a wonderful job with the extra workload that they weren't used to, and I think with hiring the 2 extra staff that the board chose to move forward with is definitely paying off.
Awesome.
And also thank you for Jeff's doing a great job around the building, taking care of everything, being proactive and he's repainted some of the front office and taking care of the grounds. He's doing a great job as well.
Ditto.
Yeah, I have the same feeling about Jeff.
He's great. He's even cleaned the light. I mean, everything is like,
He don't stop.
no.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
I swear there's 2 of them. I see him over here and then there, all of a sudden he's over there. I'm like, how do you do that? That's great. Yes, very thorough report. Thank you. And I really enjoy, I know that the utility department is no longer under me, but I still continue to educate myself, and I am the chair of the LASA board. So this has been really helpful in preparing me for that role. A little bit different but that's, yeah, thank you. And I do have a question regarding the fleet maintenance report. So the F-250, that's a 2009. For some reason, 2006 stuck in my
I
head.
kept on thinking it was a 2006.
Oh, okay.
That was my mistake.
All right, and we've spent $6,195.98 in this past, since your last report, or since a year? Or
I didn't bring that one with me. I didn't expect to have questions on that, so my apologies, but I believe the $6,000 was within my term of employment. So the previous repair was $4,000. And then just before that, there were some additional repairs. I believe that was around 2,000, maybe a little less when I first got hired in, that I had repaired. And now subsequently, we took the vehicle to Ford to get looked at again, and they were recommending $5,000 worth of repairs. Hole in the radiator, it's not on there because we haven't moved forward with the repair. If we were to, it would be added to the report as an expense. Right now, we're just, I'm just waiting to hear back from Christie on the direction of what we would like to do. But to go a little bit further, yes, there's a hole in the radiator that they recognize. There's I believe the gasket around the oil can is gone and they want to replace that as well. And then there's a hole in the transmission line. So they estimated $5,000 worth.
Yeah, it was a little bit more than that, and we're not gonna, we did briefly speak on it, but yeah, but we're not.
okay. And then the what is that one? The F or the 2023 what is that?
E350?
Yeah, that's close to $10,000. What was?
So 8,000 of that was money that we did not pay ourselves. That was paid by our insurance company when the truck got
Oh,
rear-ended.
right, okay.
And then subsequently, there's a brake job done, an alignment done to it. So there was a little bit of work, but that could be expected. The work that we needed to actually pay for is expected, I believe, for a 3-year-old vehicle, so I don't think
Yeah, I just thought that was a lot for
yeah, it just the
young
truck got
vehicle,
rear-ended,
so to
so,
speak.
yeah, it was $8,000.
Okay, well, I don't have any more comments or questions. Thank you. And anybody else? No, I guess not. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
Good night.
Thanks, Brandon.
All right. Oh,
Can I ask a point of order?
sure. With
Does-
Brandon?
Yeah, it's from this board. Like when does he report quarterly?
Yeah.
Usually, it depends on the department, but for the bigger departments like fire and utility, we rotate them through.
At future
Quarterly.
quarterly reportings, would we consider allowing him to report via Zoom?
Absolutely.
He is allowed, right, Christie?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, we have a no remote work policy.
That's
Is
not
it
in
in there?
That's not in conflict. John, I think you should talk more with Christie
yeah, okay,
offline about the
okay, It's
details.
just a point of order, it's not a motion or resolution, it's
Yeah.
just a what if. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yep.
she has advised staff of that.
Okay.
Bye, Brandon.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, where are we?
01?
Oh, I have this. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Oh, the right, because we moved, priority, okay. Approval of contract with Interfaith Hospitality Network, DBA Alpha House, and I believe we have somebody here for a presentation.
Yes, Shona Taruza, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for waiting. I'm submitting this item to the board, and there's a handout here. David Reed and I had the opportunity to meet with Shona at the Alpha House, a local family shelter. And she is here to tell us a little bit about the work. This would be a agreement to provide 100% of our opioid settlement fund money to support their services. So thank you for being here.
Having me. Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me all right?
Absolutely. Yep.
So we're located on Jackson Road, 4290 Jackson Road. So we're your neighbors, all of you. We're your most vulnerable neighbors, unfortunately. To give you some history about the organization, it started off as a group of churches responding to a need in the community at the time in the early 90s. They came together and formed the Interfaith Hospitality Network. And what they would do in those early days was rotate around different churches. Sometimes people would sleep in the basement, sometimes they'd go to different congregation members' houses, but it was constant movement, which is not ideal for families with children. So in partnership with Trinity Health, the Interfaith Hospitality Network moved into the Alpha House, which is the physical location on Jackson Road. We're known as the Interfaith Hospitality Network at Alpha House. That's why there's the complicated, really long name, which trips people up. So we've been at the Alpha House location since 2001. And up until last year, we had the capacity to house 6 families at a time. And unfortunately, as you all probably know, the homelessness crisis has been steadily increasing over the years, over the decades, since we moved into the Alpha House location, to the point where it just wasn't really having any kind of impact at all. And so we made some bold moves last year and moved the office staff out of their offices to a location in downtown Ann Arbor. And that allowed us to convert offices into bedrooms. So from December last year, we've had 14 rooms. Unfortunately, this comes at a time where there are 118 families as of March still on the waiting list for shelter. So really, it's not making any, it feels like it's not making any kind of impact what we're doing. So we know that we have to expand. And the good news is that there's a building that's available on the east side of the county for us to have a second location. But just getting back to the population we serve, we say that we're in the business of supporting families experiencing homelessness, but unfortunately, by the systems that we have in place, it ends up being mostly Black women, young Black women with children. We find that they come from situations of abuse, domestic violence, untreated or undiagnosed mental health challenges, and addiction, generational addiction. We try to create a loving, nurturing environment at Alpha House, but our main goal is to try and move the families from shelter into stability. So we're not just a shelter, it's one step in a process that can be quite lengthy, but the ultimate goal is to find people stable housing, stable employment, whatever services you need to get there, we're trying to provide those. So just to give you a typical example of a family that will arrive at Alpha House, this will be because they've been on a waiting list for a while. A spot becomes available. As soon as they arrive at Alpha House, we're connecting them with a case manager who will meet with them straight away, do an assessment, figure out what that family needs to start moving towards stability. If it's employment resources, they're connecting them with the different agencies or trying to figure out what their skills are and direct them in that way. We try to figure out if they have transportation needs, because if you have a job but you can't get to it, then that's no good. We try to help them with childcare. We help them with budgeting, managing their finances. We once a family, so I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I'm gonna back up a little bit. So that's when they're in shelter. We're trying to get them employment, housing, resources. If they do end up being eligible for our rapid rehousing program, we will pay a rental subsidy for up to a year, just to help them to find their feet, save their money, and be able to then stay on in that house long term. So the goal is come into shelter, we figure out permanent housing, we support you for a year, and then hopefully you're stable. Unfortunately, with a lot of changes that are happening at the federal level in terms of funding and grants and all that kind of stuff, that program is under threat at the moment. There's a lot of uncertainty around the future of a lot of nonprofits. We would seriously not love to be in business. We'd love for everyone to be stably housed. But unfortunately, with everything that's going on in the greater community, we expect that homelessness is going to steeply increase, unfortunately. Just the knock-on effect from a lot of these different issues. So there's going to be a huge surge in homelessness at the same time as all our funding sources are under threat and being cut. All that to say is I was so grateful when you reached out to me, because this is what I'm trying to navigate and deal with and figure out how we're going to expand and fund all of that. When Jessica and David came to visit, it meant so much to me and my staff that our neighbors, our fellow Scio Township residents would want to support us in that way, because right now we need all the help we can get. The coming crisis could affect any of us. You know, we don't know who's going to be losing jobs, who's going to be needing these types of services. So we all need to rally together to protect the most vulnerable. And I think what you all are going to be voting on tonight is a huge step for us in terms of our relationship with Scio Township. So thank you for that. I'm trying not to take up too much time, because I know you all probably want to get home or move on to important business, but do you have any questions for me around what we do?
No, I'm waiting for David or Jessica to make them out alone.
Yeah.
I'll move the model motion for 01.
I'll support. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. So Clerk Flintoff, let's do a roll call vote, please. Get this on the record.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie.
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We appreciate the partnership and thank you for your work.
Wonderful evening.
Let's move on to 02. So this is tax increment financing presentation by A.R. Brower Company for the property located at 5411 Jackson Road, Honey Creek Business Park. Half the room.
Good
Hi.
evening, guys.
Evening.
Sorry about the technical difficulty.
Yeah.
No problem. We have a
So sorry.
presentation. I believe it was printed out for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Is it black and white?
No, I did color.
Oh, you have color. Okay, nice.
Could you
And then,
share your names, please?
It draws down Nathan, I know, but maybe just introduce everybody real quick.
My name is Joe Score. I'm with Pulte Homes of Michigan.
Jeremy McKellar with AKT Peerless.
Nathan Vogt, Washington County Office of Community and Economic Development. I run the county's brownfield program, and Scio Township is a participating member of our authority.
And I'm Brooks Callen with Pulte Homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to do a share screen for the people online through Zoom?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I'll make you a panel.
Do I need to hit a button to accept, or will there be
Yeah,
something to
it'll be pretty obvious to you, I'm sure.
join as panelists? More. Share. Thanks for bearing with us. It is working, so my screen is shared with the people who are joining us via Zoom.
That's great, thank you.
Take away, all set.
So again, my name is Joe Score. I'm with Pulte Homes. Also here with me tonight is our project engineer, Matt Bush with the Atwell Group. And the property owner, Steve Brower, who is also the developer of the commercial component of this proposed PUD. So we appreciate the meeting here tonight. This is an informal meeting. There will be no action taken. This is purely to solicit feedback, get your comments, questions, address any concerns, and move from there. We believe that we have a project that meets the goals, visions, and objectives of your master plan. We hope that you agree, and we hope we can get your support here tonight. But if not, and there's some inconsistencies or there's some issues or something that's just not palatable to the township, we'd love to know at this stage, so we're not spending a lot of time and effort and expense on something that maybe doesn't, is inconsistent again with your vision for the project. So again, we appreciate the opportunity tonight. So unfortunately, we don't have the monitor, but if you can see in your packet, I guess the first or second slide is just an overall aerial of the property. I'm sorry, that's sorry.
So
Sure.
which page would it
So
be?
the page 2, you have the aerial.
Right, yeah, there you go.
Okay,
There you go.
great.
We have
Thank you.
different presentations in the package.
Yeah, that's,
The PowerPoint we have here is us from Pulte bringing it in, and then I believe the packet presentation will be
From
from
AKT.
the Brownfield AKT.
okay,
Yeah.
great.
So
Thank
do
you.
you have the presentation, the packet with the aerial? Does everybody have that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, sorry, okay.
Just the areas.
So as you can see, this parcel is on the southeast corner of Jackson Road and Zeeb Road. There's right in the thick of everything. There's a lot of different things going on, a variety of uses and amenities, dining, shopping, entertainment. There's also single family, or I'm sorry, high density multifamily and single family to the south and to the southeast. So we believe the proposal here tonight is a good and an appropriate transitional use. Moving on to the concept plan. So the next slide should be just a colored concept plan. I would assume that you have that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So this is a proposed mixed use utilizing a residential and a commercial / retail component. The total acreage of the parcel is approximately 24 acres. The residential component is at 19.24. The commercial component is approximately 4.76. The zoning is a blended zoning. It's C2, I2, and the Jackson Road Overlay District. The master plan is mixed use commercial. We are again proposing a PUD for the property.
Specifically to the residential component, we are proposing 125 townhome units. These are for sale units. They are not rentals. Pulte does not operate rental communities. Every individual unit is for sale. The density is approximately 6.5 acres, 125 units over 19.25 gross acres. Open space, approximately 8 acres, which is 41% of the site, which is, we think, significant. The product itself, the units itself are approximately, they're 1850 to 2,000 square feet, depending on structural options and ultimately buyer preference. They're two-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5 baths. Very livable, saleable product. We built it all over southeastern Michigan. It's very successful. This is a no maintenance community. So when I say that, I mean that the HOA, there's a true condo. The HOA handles the exterior maintenance, the grass, the snow, the landscaping. It also handles the exterior of the building. This would, I think, cater to a variety of different types of consumers. Everybody from, the 1- and 2-person households who just do not really want the maintenance, which I think we're seeing more and more of. They're just not interested in taking care of the outside of the home, right up to the empty nester who's been there, done that. They've raised their children. They want to come out of their big house. They're tired again of the snow, the grass, the landscaping, cleaning the house, rooms they never enter. And maybe they even want a lock and leave situation. And this provides that option. Access to the site, we have 2 points of access, one off of Jackson Road and one off of Zeeb Road. The Jackson Road, of course, you would come through the commercial component of the development and enter into the residential. You can see where you would enter the residential component. You kind of drive into sort of an open space area, sort of a vista view, which we think is very nice. We are proposing sidewalks on both sides of the roads. And we are also proposing an active amenity in the western portion of the site, which is a pickleball courts, which is a very popular sport and in high demand. In terms of the natural features of the site, now we will do, if the project moves forward, we will do a tree survey and a full-blown wetland delineation. We haven't done that yet, but that is just a sort of ordinary course of business. And we will do that. But as you can see, you can see from the map, there are some natural features, some wooded wetlands in the western portion of the site and in the extreme southern portion of the site. And we are, I think we did a good job of staying out of them and not impacting those natural features. We won't know with 100% certainty if we're going to impact anything until we actually do a tree survey and wetland delineation. But I think for the most part, we did a pretty good job of staying out of it and preserving those very important environmental features of the site. I mentioned the sidewalks. The sidewalks do connect to the existing pathways on Jackson Road and Zeeb Road, which of course just enhances pedestrian connectivity, which again is I believe an objective of your master plan. I want to talk about just the price point for a minute. We want to be fully transparent with regard to how much these homes are going to sell for. We know that one of the goals, one of the objectives of the township is to provide more affordable housing, more attainable housing, quote unquote, entry-level housing. Again, I want to be transparent. This is really not that. I'm sorry?
What did it cost?
Okay, so I would say it's a little preliminary, but base prices, starting prices somewhere in the $400,000 range. And then, with buyer preference, options, upgrades, premiums, again, it may creep into the fives. Okay? And so, notwithstanding the fact that, as I've said, it's not entry-level housing, it's very difficult given the cost structure these days. On a relative basis, we think it's reasonably priced and a relative value as you compare to other new home options in Scio Township or really anywhere. You can go down the street or go down the road and find a new home on a larger lot in a bigger house and you're pushing $750,000 to $800,000, which is out of the range for a large segment of the population. So while this is still expensive, I'm not going to sit here and say this is an inexpensive townhome. It does allow for home ownership for sort of a broad demographic that where otherwise it might not be available. So that's what I have on the sort of the summary of the site. I'm gonna hand it over to Brooks to just talk about the master plan and how we feel that, we are compliant or consistent with the goals and objectives and the vision of the township.
Everyone, again, I'm Brooks Cowan. As you said, just wanted to touch upon some of the goals within your master plan and how it relates to the Jackson Road corridor where we're bringing this proposal forward. On the next page, I have that image of the future land use map. Hoping the printing colors came through. Our site is located within the mixed use commercial district. And I would say to summarize some of the key elements from those recommendations, it would be infill development. Currently, it's a industrial office kind of park space. I would say that it recommends a high density residential infill within that space, and that high density residential be done as a mixed use with retail along the Jackson Road corridor. And that's what we're providing with you today. The next page, I have that image of the sub areas, which the master plan highlights. As you know, we're in the Jackson Road sub area. Each of these sub areas tries to detail development strategy and design guidelines for each portion of Scio Township. And I would say that along the Jackson Road sub area, it highlights how the additional density and high density residential and new commercial development, it sounds like they want that to be targeted within that Jackson Road sub area. Meanwhile, the areas north and south of that Jackson Road remain a little bit more agricultural and larger lot, single family development. We also wanted to touch upon some of the recommendations for the Jackson Road sub area and how it talks about pedestrian connectivity and having these high density residential items clustered near Jackson Road as part of a multimodal network. Which brings us to the next slide, also on your next page. I'm hoping the colors came through okay. Going towards the back of your master plan, where it talks a lot about the recreational facilities of the township, the pathways, and your multimodal connectivity that you're aspiring to. I just wanted to highlight the efforts that the city is going towards establishing multimodal connectivity and having different options throughout the township as well as the Jackson Road corridor. On that map, you see a circle around the intersection of Jackson Road and Z, where it talks about a township center and how that multimodal network should connect, at that intersection. And I think the point that we wanted to highlight here is that what goes really well with a multimodal network is a corridor with mixed uses with that high density residential activity within a 5-minute walk of that network. And so we wanted to highlight your efforts there and that what we're bringing tonight is really coinciding with the Jackson Road corridor goals as well as your multimodal goals. I think those two work in a good symbiotic relationship. The next slide for master plan recommendations, just a lot of the text that we were able to really try to kind of comb through and pick out points that are relative to what we're proposing. And I would say that throughout the goals, throughout the future land use plan, throughout the Jackson Road sub area, we see a lot of consistent recommendations on infill development, high density residential development, and doing that within a mixed use project, particularly along Jackson Road. And I also wanted to point out the sustainability sections of the master plan and how it talks about how Scio Township wants to guide development for responsible use of land and doing that with higher density development in particular areas, as well as doing that along a multimodal transportation network. So as Joe said, we were in the Jackson Road overlay districts, and I think what we see there is that it codifies a lot of the goals throughout the master plan and talks about pedestrian connectivity, high quality materials, which I think we get into as the application moves further into design review. And I think we just wanted to call out that we see that there's a Jackson Road advisory committee. We saw that you got a $50,000 grant for complete streets. We saw that there was a transit millage renewal. And I think we just want to point those items out to say that it seems like there's taken a holistic view to Jackson Road corridor and walkability and the access to transit, as well as how that works with the mixed use development. And I think what we're bringing here tonight aligns with a lot of those goals that we've seen discussed within the township. And I think last slide for me is just touching on the sustainability initiatives. As we said, with that infill density, making more efficient use of that space, particularly within close proximity to that Jackson and Z intersection, kind of like the township center where everything wants to coalesce, I think is strong sustainability initiative as it creates that walkability, and you guys are working on developing more of those different transportation opportunities. we have that 40% open space with the green area plaza throughout the site plan. And I think this mixed use project that we're bringing forward really enhances pedestrian connectivity and encourages the work that you're doing on the multimodal transportation, because it kind of creates that cluster or that node at that important intersection. I think I was gonna pass it back to Joe if you want to talk any more about the elevation or product.
Yeah, this is our townhome product. As you can see, it's 2-story conventional product. You know, we use a high quality exterior materials, brick, stone, siding. You see there's elements of vertical siding, gives you that little bit of that American / modern farmhouse. I think it's a nice product. It does very well, as I mentioned, within the metro area.
And just to summarize our development, I think the last slide for us, mixed use residential infill development at the intersection of Jackson and Z. It's within the existing sewer and water district. We creates a home ownership anchor at that township center. It adds more pedestrian space within that 5-minute walkable corridor of Jackson Road. I think it increases diversity of housing options with the townhome. We see a lot of rental apartments or single family home ownership. I think we would add to that townhome style. Yeah. And then also catalyst for surrounding mixed use corridor. We're adding an anchor of home ownership and residential use within that intersection where other developments would be able to play off of that. It's adding more permanent residents within that walkable space at that important intersection. And with that, I would either pass it to the board, or if you wanted to go straight to the ground building.
But yeah, let's, trustees, do you have questions? Okay, sure.
Just a couple of questions on this proposed development. You said a dirty word, pickleball. I think this will bring more complaints to the township board than the party barn will. Because I read it in the papers all the time about how residents of townships are up in arms about the pickleball noise, yeah. And I saw this little blue rectangle, which is on the, I guess it's on the far eastern side of the development.
Correct.
Right. And I'm thinking, is that a basketball court? Is that a tennis court? Is that a pool? But it's a pickleball court. It's surrounded by homes. I think we have a problem. So I would ask you to reevaluate.
That's a great comment, Trustee Reed. It is not set in stone.
Okay.
We are flexible with regard to the amenity. This is a concept plan. It's very preliminary. It is not something that, it's not a must have. So I think it's a great point. You're right. It's a great sport. It's very popular, but it does cause issues relative to noise. So I know it's somewhat controversial, and I appreciate the comment.
And there's a
go ahead.
And there's a pickleball court right down the road where they can go. And a couple other things. Right, in one of these renderings, right by the blue square, it says active open space and recreation in one of the renderings. And it also says focal area right in the center of the development. And I'm curious, what is a focal area and what do you envision that area? And again, this is way preliminary.
Sure.
I mean, this is, but I'm giving you an idea of what we're gonna ask in 6 months or whenever you come back. But that and there's no community center. There's no place for people to get together, or there's no pool, swimming pool, basketball court, tennis. It's just a single pickleball court. So that concerns me with all these people. That's 125 homes. What, 125? Yeah. So you got 250, 300 people. It just seems like you're lacking community involvement. There's people get there at 6 o'clock at night and they'll leave at 7 o'clock in the morning, and there won't be any interaction in between. That concerns me. If you're looking for a community.
You good? Okay. Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, thank you for the overview. Just some preliminary feedback. I like seeing housing along Jackson. Would think that we could get some more density I don't know, but would hope for more density than just 125 units. As you know, we've, supported proposals for more density at, Crossroads, at the theater. So would like to see as much housing as we can, comfortably fit there. As well, I think that, some below market rate housing, if at all possible, I know it's different, would defer to, experts on what we can do with the for sale product. And then just a note, not for our presenters, but for the board. I know this is a preliminary presentation, but just want to flag this as out of our regular process. We haven't even received a site plan, is that correct?
Correct.
And so I just want to flag for us that I also, want to, get back to our process. And if we're going to be creating such exceptions to have developers, that it makes sense because it's related to this TIF tonight. But I just want to note that that's why we're hearing this, that we're not starting a practice of having preliminary presentations from every developer.
Right.
Mhm.
I guess we'll just go right down the line.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
You want to go next?
Yeah, pickleball, no. That's a note here I just wrote down. And, yeah, I live right around the corner from here and there was a presentation before, it's been a while. Probably not that long, but it just all seems to mix together. But I like this better. And I know we're talking about density and whatnot, but cramming people in, I mean, this to me would personally would be too close to my neighbors, but so having more density there, because I also know that there's a lot of wetlands in the back, and that's my road backs up to that wetland. So I don't know how the wetland would affect or the any of this. That would be a concern for me in this area. We have a lot of flooding or flood issues. So I just don't want to see more impact, but I know that that swamp back there, a lot of the water from those neighborhoods goes into there, so that's a good thing. If I remember correctly from the last time, there was an issue with the road or the driveway coming out onto Zeeb Road because the light, it was off and it, I don't know if that's different now. And then also the Jackson Road. Jackson Road is very busy, but I'm assuming the roundabout. Or not the roundabout, what do you call it? The Michigan left there. And what is it behind, okay, I'm sorry, up here? This is wetlands or?
So, are you pointing to the onsite or offsite? Sorry, I can't see.
This is a site plan.
Yeah. That's it. I believe you're pointing to the detention pond.
Okay. It's hard. It looks like, just a green open space, but
Are there a number of lines?
Yeah, those are contour lines, those are gradient lines, so basically they'll have a grade going down so that the
okay,
pond
okay.
for rainwater.
The wet.
Well,
But-
or a wetland, or a wetland drainage, yeah.
Okay. And I have questions about REUs, but this is
Yeah.
preliminary. This is for the tip, so I understand. But I like this a lot better than the other that we had before. The hotel, I guess, or whatever else was there. Trader Joe's. Okay, all right, I'm gonna leave it there. Ryan or Treasurer Yeaple?
3 preliminary comments that hopefully be pretty quick. One, the entrance off of Zeeb, yeah, traffic control and probably traffic study is gonna ultimately be part of this process, I would figure, with this many users. Also, it just seems, at least on the concept, it seems close to the road, and knowing what the road noise is, obviously, I don't know what the scale is, that's a thought. 2, I know we're gonna be talking about the brownfield in a minute, I'm excited to talk about that from the fact of it being a brownfield for demolishing the old building, old structure. Question, but probably not the question for tonight, but a question, maybe you guys can answer this yes or no, it's okay if you can't. Are you planning on doing a brownfield housing TIF for this project? From Pulte's end of it.
I can answer that question.
Okay.
Like, the answer is no, that
Okay.
this type of project does not qualify.
Okay, very good. That's helpful, and I appreciate knowing that at this point versus you guys getting several steps down the road and then something coming up. And then finally, I would just say, I like the amount of housing this provides. I am favorable towards it. Thanks.
I had a couple general comments. You've talked about how you considered master plan, the Jackson Road overlay district, in your planning. Did you also look closely at the Scio Township PUD ordinance?
We have not gone through the PUD ordinance
Okay.
yet because we are at a very preliminary stage.
I know.
But clearly we will. That'll be part of our process going forward if we move this forward, correct?
Because
We
it does,
read through it.
Yeah, I haven't gone through it, at a granular level
okay.
at this point.
Is there specific perimeter setbacks and specific requirements that I'm not sure are gonna be doable with exactly what you've given in your concept plan, but you can't tell from this, so. I
We'll have the
just,
setbacks noted when we come for a formal application.
and the open space preservation issues too. That's it.
Point taken.
Do your homework on the stormwater management. You got a lot of water back there and condos to your south with a lot of water issues. And what you don't want is residents, what we don't want is residents a couple of years ago coming to us saying, why did you let this in? Our basements are flooding. So be prepared to deal with how deep that hole, that retention basin's gonna be, whether you can go into stormwater, whether it overflow or percolates down. So it's just really wet back there, as you probably know from walking the property. So, be prepared to ask those questions. At some point, RUs are gonna come up if you're 125 and you're some retail, you're gonna need to estimate that. And then as far as pickleball, well, whether a pickleball is what your residents are gonna crave. One of the things that I see a lack of in Scio Township is when a development comes in, we don't put like playgrounds and gathering space. We don't have pavilions with a picnic table. That seems to be something from an era of the past. I don't know, like the Music Man era or wherever you had those gathering spaces, but consider, I don't know if that's what focal area is meant to be, or that's just some empty space you thought you'd trick us by calling it a focal area. But to draw our eyes to it, just kidding, but so just consider in that pickleball area, like a gathering space, it's your own residents are gonna be annoyed by the noise, and they brought into it knowing that it's gonna be bang, bang, bang pickleball. So that's on them, but something more, I don't know.
We utilize gazebos and benches and gathering areas, and we didn't put it on here again because this is again a concept, but we will, it evolves and that's how it evolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you for the comment.
Are you?
Hi, yeah, I was gonna mention pickleball, but one of my colleagues beat me to it. I think we always have concerns about traffic on Zeeb Road. This does add additional traffic. I think the configuration of Jackson Road naturally accommodates more traffic because of the turnarounds. We don't have that on Zeeb Road. So it becomes onerous for residents to the south as we add more density. So I think we're really gonna have to look at that. We get plenty of comments about traffic on Zeeb Road, South Zeeb Road, so that would be something we're really gonna look at.
Guess we'll move on to the tip portion.
Yes, hi, Jeremy McCann again with AKT Peerless. Do you need me to share on Zoom or?
For people at home, please.
so.
And if it's too difficult, it's okay.
There we go. Okay, see it? Yep. Okay. Okay, so I'm here to talk specifically about the brownfield plan component of this particular development that will be presented before you for the Honey Creek development on 5411 Jackson. So the presentation will start with just a general overview of a traditional brownfield plan, because this is a traditional brownfield plan, and then kind of dig into the finer details of this particular project. So in terms of brownfield plans, so this is a traditional brownfield plan, not a housing TIF plan. I think the next project you have after us is a housing TIF plan. And generally speaking, brownfield plans are enacted to identify eligible activities on eligible property to be repaid with tax increment financing. So eligible property, just from a general standpoint, can include a facility, i.e. a contaminated property, functionally obsolete, blighted historic resource, adjacent and contiguous to those, to a facility, qualified facility in a housing property. The eligible activities for traditional brownfield plan kind of fall into two main categories. That's the environmental category. So anything addressing any contaminated related items and non-environmental. So in Scio Township, the non-environmental categories include demolition and any backfill associated with demolition and lead and asbestos abatement. Additionally, other categories are brownfield plan and implementation and interest in the categories of eligible activities. And tax increment financing works very similar to like a DDA. You have a base value established. The increase in taxes can be captured and utilized to repay eligible activities and any additional activities, which we'll discuss beyond the eligible activities. The next slide is really just a visual representation of what I just spoke of. Base value established during the period of repayment for the eligible activities. It will be reimbursing eligible activities from the developer. And then there's a period of BRA capture that's beyond just the eligible activities, and then returning in full capture to all taxing jurisdictions after all those items are paid. Okay, next, moving specifically to the project that we're discussing here. So from a brownfield eligible activity standpoint, the site is eligible because it was determined to be a facility through the completion of the phase 1 environmental site assessment, which identified a recognized environmental condition. Moved to a phase 2, testing showed exceedance beyond the general residential criteria established by the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or EGLE. And from that point on, before the property was purchased, a baseline environmental site assessment was filed to identify the contamination that was discovered. So the property qualifies as eligible because it is a facility. Brownfield eligible activities for this project fall into the environmental and non-environmental categories. Environmental, because the site is a facility, any soil that may need to be removed off-site, and again, brownfield plans are really just estimates of what may occur, would have to go to a type 2 landfill, thus dispose of appropriately. We did do additional testing, AKT Peerless did it around the detention pond area. We really didn't find any contaminants of concern for the site. But again, if the site is soil heavy, that may need to be removed. The bulk of the activity really falls in the non-environmental category, which is the demolition of a large building, demolition of the building, any site-related areas, utility around that area as well, and any backfilling and grading for the demolition activities. That's the bulk of the expenses, which are discussed on the next slide. Additionally, the eligible activities include interest, brownfield plan preparation and implementation. Okay, so next to the slide, we get into the actual numbers that are estimates at this point. So the environmental category, like I had mentioned, is just an estimate of potential soil haul off. The total for that category, including contingency and any pre-development or due diligence related studies that were completed, equals a total of $372,300. The non-environmental category, as I mentioned, the larger category in the brownfield plan itself, the bulk of which is the demolition and any potential asbestos, which is in very small quantity there. And contingency is roughly about 1.8 million. Development of brownfield plan and implementation of that plan, 25,000, interest 400,000, total eligible activities roughly 2.8 million. The other additional activities that are just not necessarily defined as eligible activities include the Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Administration fee, which Nathan can kind of dig into a bit more once I get through these numbers here. The local brownfield revolving fund fee. And also what I have listed here is, because this is located in DDA, and I'll kind of discuss that in the next slide here. While the DDA capture is listed here as a 15% of new value, that's just a number to show what during this period of time, what the DDA would capture on the proposed split, which I get into the next slide. And so total increment capture in the plan itself as presented would be roughly 3.6 million. And this is just a summary table on the next slide that summarizes what I had just spoke of, kind of in the format that you would see in a typical brownfield plan. So next slide is really digging into the tax increment financing side. The project is located in the Scio Township Downtown Development Authority. So what we have proposed in this particular plan is a split of some of the DDA captured mills. The DDA has right to capture those mills as first right with the project. What we had proposed in this particular project is a sharing of those mills at the rate identified in the presentation. 15% for this particular project would go to the DDA on new captured value of the project. 85% of the DDA mills would be used to reimburse the developer during that period of time until the reimbursement period is done, which I'll talk about further down the slide here. This split 15%, 85% has been used in other projects throughout Washtenaw County, right next door to the city of Dexter. The DDA would have to approve this. This is just a proposal at this point. Obviously, we're talking in general terms here. What you had seen in the other slide was the identification of what the capture would look like during that period of the split. One other point of note, this plan being proposed right now, since it is a primarily residential with a smaller portion of commercial, the availability of school taxes, because it most likely would be 100% homestead, doesn't really exist in this project. So the proposed plan itself would be using local taxes, which is a broad category. Everything other than the state education tax of 6 mil and the school operating tax of 8. Reimbursement period is fairly short on this project. We do have this project phased over roughly 4 years. I mean, again, these are just estimates now, but we do see a repayment of eligible activities over an 8-year period. So next piece, I'll kind of just briefly talk regarding the approval process, and I'll let Nathan kind of step in at this point. But as I mentioned, the proposal regarding the DDA split would have to be approved by the DDA. I think from our perspective would be the next step in this process. And then development of a full brownfield plan. Right now, these are just estimates. And then work through the process, work through Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority for the development of the plan. And then the board here would see it again for an approval. And then it would go through the Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority process. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Nathan.
And I'm here because this would flow up through the county, the plan, but it always starts with the local unit, just like 300Z and all the discussions we have with that project. It starts and stops with you.
Yep.
If you don't approve it, it doesn't go anywhere. So you're in the driver's seat. I am here to facilitate the process. That's why I'm here so early, because I've met with them at least once. and some of you to kind of talk about project specifics and get to this point at least to start the process moving forward. At this point, I don't know if you want to get too bogged down with the numbers. I think broadly, what I would advise you at this stage is, and I'm not even gonna talk about land use. Like, I want to stay on the TIF side, right? You know, are the eligible activities reasonable? Are they required to kind of address the issues with the site, which is this big building that needs to be demolished mostly? Is there a but-for argument? Is there a financial gap in the project? I mean, this act was meant to address actual financial gaps, so that needs to be answered, in my opinion. The 15-85 split between DDA and the Brownfield Authority, in other words, what they're proposing is 85% of the increments would pass through the DDA and go to us to then reimburse the developer. So the DDA would get a chunk, but most of it would go to repay these eligible activities that Jeremy's talking about. So that's what but this is all up for debate, negotiation, whatever you want to call it, but this is what they're proposing at this stage. It's nice if it's only 8 years. You can go out 30 years. 8 years is a very reasonable short period of time, and in our experience, but we try to be conservative with taxable values, which the township should be checking the proposed taxable values. And if we're conservative and we've done it right, then maybe it's a 6-year payoff. I love to come back to elected bodies and say, hey, we paid this thing off even more quickly than we thought. That's good for everybody. In our fees, I think you all know this, like the administrative fees and the LBRF. The administrative fees helps pay my salary, my fringes, run our program. Actually pays for our environmental assessment grant program, which we used on this site 6 years ago, right?
Correct.
So
For
we
the testing of the proposed detention.
Yeah, so those admin funds kind of get run our program, but they get recycled as well for future brownfield sites. And the LBRF is a large fund that we have that can fund larger projects and actual cleanup costs rather than just assessment. And those are more in the hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than 10 or 20, 25, 15. So those fees, again, we can talk more about those so you understand fully what we like to include in plans so that we can run our program and work with all of our local units.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Trustee?
On one question, you said you had baseline assessment and you didn't find any concern regarding pollution in the soil or the wetland?
It was pollution in groundwater that we found. So overall, the site won't be utilizing groundwater. So from a contamination standpoint, what was found is not highly concerning. And then additionally, we did do additional testing in the proposed detention pond area and didn't find any contaminants of major concern.
So in the groundwater, was that dioxin or PFAS or that type of thing? Or do you not have
No,
that
this
details?
is- I think because they had a former septic system on the site, it was a former printing operation, so I think that was the result or the reason why there was a contaminant found there,
Okay.
but no. Not that.
Also, you have the tax increment financing example scenario.
Correct.
This little chart.
Yes, correct. Yep.
The pre-development, you have the pre-development taxes listed as 10,000, growth 40,000, post-development 50,000. Obviously, this is just an example.
Yes.
The actual pre-development taxes are like almost $206,000. So how would that number affect the collected taxes and the development capture? I'm curious how that would, obviously, those numbers would be much higher.
And for the project you're
Yeah.
saying?
Mhm.
So what is the base taxable value correct right now? Is that what you're asking?
They're paying $206,000 a year in real estate taxes.
Trustee Reed, there's a document that they've presented to, I believe at least the DDA chair and some of the other members of the planning commission. I think in an initial meeting where it had the base year value and then it had the additional documentation. I think they could send it to the whole board so you could see it. And I can go over it with you. I've seen a copy of it.
Maybe I'm confusing different things here. I was just looking on, our BSNA. What they're paying.
Yeah, it has the current value, but this also projects out over the life of their projected plan how much it would affect what we would give them back versus what Scio would get. I can
Okay.
show you that.
All right, I'll bow to my treasurer.
Can I explain, maybe just?
Yeah.
So, this obviously, like you said, was for illustration. Whatever that base taxable value is in the year that the plan is adopted will be the base value, which those taxes continue to go to all the taxing jurisdictions. And the site gets demolished, redeveloped, the taxable value goes up. Whatever that number is, that's what I was speaking about wanting to be a little conservative. I'd rather have a little bit nice cushion there so that when the actual taxable values come in, we exceed our estimates if it gets paid off quicker. So whatever that taxable value is, the increment above the base is what the township sends us the funds, and then we reimburse the developers for those costs. So that's kind of how it works.
And roughly, the initial taxable value right now is roughly 4.1 million. So that would, depending if things go. No, the base taxable value, the initial taxable value, as it is now.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Yeah. Why don't you go to someone else? I did have a question, but I have to think about it some more.
I have no questions. Thank you.
I'm generally understanding of everything with this. We certainly have a lot of details to work through. And the mathematics, just making it very clear what the percentage of the base value, the split, the DDA, all of that, we just have to have very well documented, because if it's not, it's going to be very complicated.
Agreed, and really, this is just a more, presentation of what the concept really looks like, rough estimates of it. And yes, there's many steps to go through. We'll be working through those details.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like many details are still yet to be presented. So it is hard for me to say my opinion on this right now, based on just the concept plan.
I guess one clarifying question that'll probably help the board here. As you said, your next step is to go to the DDA. The next DDA meeting is in July. Yeah, but they're not, it's for a specific purpose. I guess, well, there is one in June that's been scheduled, but would typically be July. I guess, what do you see your next steps, your next 1 or 2 steps after that for the brownfield side of this process?
Yeah, so just specifically to the brownfield would be a presentation of Downtown Development Authority, and it's really not necessarily land use presentation, it's really just the components of the brownfield. To propose, pretty much what our estimates are now, what the project looks like, and discuss the share, right, that would be comfortable from the DDA side, and then get their feedback specifically on that side.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Yeah, could you, I'm curious, could you tell me what the exact contaminants are in the groundwater?
Don't think I have that on there.
That's fine. I don't
Yeah,
want to
could-
put you on the spot. for
Yeah,
that.
I don't have it. I could pull it up. I can send that to you.
Well,
Yes.
that's fine. And also, process-wise, I need advisement on procedurally how this process would work. I mean, I'm talking about Scio Township, that let's presuppose that this was agreed as a brownfield plan, but isn't that brownfield plan in essence dependent on the actual development?
Correct, yes.
And
that's
so,
yeah. that's-
right, so procedurally, we could potentially have an approval for a brownfield, but not have an approval for a site plan, which then leads to the actual numbers, right, for the TIF. So,
Usually what I advise is that those go together. But if you were feeling good about the project overall, and maybe the PUD wasn't fully approved, but you could see the brownfield plan early. I don't think there's harm necessarily in approving the brownfield plan, because nothing happens unless you approve the development. But generally, I would say the two should go together. I would tell any township or city, the two should probably go together.
Okay,
Just testing for understanding. So what you're saying is, we approve the brownfield tonight. All that does is say, when the development is approved, you can then start spending, if you will, the brownfield or demolishing a building. But until the development is approved, basically nothing will happen.
Well, so just to be clear, there's no approval today. This is just a discussion purpose, but from a process standpoint, Scio Township's approval, let's just say the plan approved, then it would move to the county's side of approval process, which is
3 months.
Yeah.
But if that were to happen, sure, if the developer felt good about investing the money and, now that the brownfield plan's in place, maybe they would demolish the building. And so all of that would be legitimate, and we could reimburse for that, assuming there's taxable value increase.
Right.
So it would be a risk if the developer didn't have entitlement PUD approval to go in and spend all that money if there's no taxable value guaranteed to go up. So, and again, that's why usually these things kind of happen together.
Anything else? Okay. Well, I guess, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm not gonna move.
All right.
I've warmed the seat up, so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the complex part of it was the fact that it was two different presenters. I think. Hey, Nathan. This time around, we want to limit this to 20 minutes. We were trying to have the previous, but that being two parts obviously led it into a bit of a different discussion. Since this project's approved from a planning point, we can limit the brownfield discussion to about 20 minutes between a presentation. Yeah. And we're familiar with the idea of what a brownfield is, maybe not necessarily this, but.
Right, you were here the last time for Crossroads, and I think you were too.
I was.
Yeah, okay.
Do you guys want to reintroduce yourselves real quick?
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Tobias. I'm the founder and managing partner at Jackson Dearborn Partners, where the group that has purchased the Crossroads property and are moving into the next phase here.
Jared Bell with Warner North Carolina. Thank you for having us tonight. I'll give a recap in full of everything brownfield, but by all means, if there are questions, please chime in.
I apologize, we don't have a full presentation here. This is more of just a discussion.
I'm actually okay with that.
We're good.
Yeah, so the what's attached to the agenda, linked to the agenda is really the packet of information that we have, which is primarily just an updated brownfield plan. Just to give a little background, I think just about the whole board is familiar with this project. It's been discussed for some time. This was site plan approved back in October of 2024. We were preliminary sort of involved at that time in a partnership role with Dan Ketlar, who had been working on this project for years. We eventually got in a position where we decided to just purchase the property outright from Dan about 3 weeks ago now. And it kind of wanted to move forward with this brownfield plan using the Mission Housing tip. So a little background, yeah, my name is Ryan Tobias. I started this company in Chicago, but I've been running it and living in Ann Arbor for the last 11 years. We've built projects in Illinois, Indiana, Colorado, Arizona, and here in Michigan. Our most prominent one that's going on right now is there's a project on Packard called Packard Row down by Frazier's, if anyone's ever been down there. That'll be wrapping up next week. I think it's emblematic of what we do is that try to build high quality projects that we hold for a long period of time. Like I said, I live and work here. This is something that we want to be proud of and have a lasting impact on the community. So So when we started on this project, we wanted to, especially as we took it over, I really kind of wanted to get a fresh start to a certain degree. I think there's some history here and whatnot. And we also really wanted to approach it with the Mishta housing tip. It's approved as a market rate development. The Mishta housing tip is a relatively new program. This would be the first one, I believe, in Washington County, or one of the first. And it's an important program that allows for people to serve income levels that are somewhat underserved, which is usually in this 80 to 100% AMI range. There are low income housing tax credits and other programs available. The Ann Arbor Housing Commission is doing some incredible work and some stuff that in that 30, 40, 50, 60% AMI level. Obviously, there's plenty of folks out there serving the market rent level. We want to use this housing tip program to offer 20% of the units in this project at 80% AMI level income and rent levels for the area. And I think you've heard all that before and heard this presentation. And what we heard was some feedback on things that we needed to do to come back and approach and have this discussion again. Those were doing a more comprehensive evaluation of the air quality in that particular pocket due to the Cadillac asphalt plant. A number of you are on a number of emails that we've had going back and forth to get a established plan for that testing that has been signed off on by the township to do so. We also adjusted the plan to remove somewhat just mistakenly, there were some community benefits portions of our original site plan approval that were in the original brownfield plan, really just because they technically were qualifying activities, but understanding that that's really, the optics of that or not, that wasn't the point. It's just, they just happened to be there. So we took those out. And we also, and I think Trustee Flint thought this was one of your things that you had asked for. We decided to extend the affordability from 20 to 25 years. Those are the three major changes to the plan. And let's see, anything else, Jared, that I'm missing?
I'll hit a couple of highlights. I think everybody's familiar with the project. There are some site plans included in the materials provided. About a $70 million project. The TIF request is for about 14.2. Based on our projections, that'd be about a 15-year TIF. So to Ryan's point, in terms of that tail, that's another 10 years of attainability commitment with no TIF reimbursement. The total plan itself, as Nathan pointed out earlier, plans can go out 30 years. This one is projected to be 16 with 1 year of revolving fund capture for the county's capture. So yes, we took the comments we heard to heart and then steamrolled the sleeves up, and we hope that you like what we brought back. We see it as a win-win in the township and one that the development team can be excited about bringing forward. And this, the site layout does have a commons building for residents, so we were listening back.
And no pickleball, right?
I don't know about pickle.
To be determined. I'm not anymore.
Not anymore. But the calculations you can see, we sent 2 items. One was kind of the rent comparison in terms of the area median income rates. You'll see from the Mishta calculation, the project qualifies for more. We did keep it, we kept the request similar to what was before you, absent the infrastructure costs that were taken on. So. But happy to answer any questions. Don't want to feel like we're skipping through, but you guys had a long night, so we want to get you answers to everything, but be respectful for your
And
time.
this is just for discussion tonight. Questions and answers.
I want to thank you all for coming back. Ryan, thank you for doing your due diligence on the air quality testing and working with us to get the right testing done. So I know that that's underway. Really appreciate it. We'll acknowledge what we acknowledged in that meeting is a 4-3 vote in October 2024. Who you have left over from the last board are the 3 no's and 1 yes, and 3 who weren't here. But thank you for fixing the, what appeared to be double dipping, just for terms of simplifying the kind of community benefits and items listed in here and extending the affordability. So this is looking really promising, and I appreciate your work on this.
I was the resident that pointed out the sort of double dipping. I said, wait a minute, don't we have those as public benefits? I guess a question for Scio Township is, how do we independently verify the market rental rates? It's something I think we need to think about, contemplate as a board. Anyway, I have probably greater confidence in your project than the prior owner. As a resident, it didn't seem appropriate, but I really think that's financially something that the township needs to put serious consideration
It's a
to.
fair question, just so you know, those rents were, Michigan sets rents, I think we probably covered this in the past, but just for edification, Michigan sets rents at a county level that are, as you might imagine, are kind of highly influenced by, a studio in a brand new student housing project next to University of Michigan, it counts the same as an apartment anywhere in the community, and so they're very high. We based it primarily off of, there's a project, a newer construction apartment community called Avant. It's on Maple Road in the city of Ann Arbor, as well as the Woodview Commons project out on Jackson Road. So we kind of have two newer construction apartment properties, one to the east of us and one to the west, one side, one in Ann Arbor. And really, that made our job of kind of picking these market rents pretty easy, because there are just a lot of live data points of what they're renting a 2-bedroom for there, and we use those levels. So that's how we got to these numbers. But happy to help in getting the township comfortable with any backups.
I think some of us were surprised at the rents that are at Woodview Commons.
Yeah. It never ceased to amaze in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the chart we provided is probably actually a little more conservative than if we used the mission table.
That's a lot.
A lot more conservative.
Well, we gave both, but I mean, even looking at like 120% of the area median income, I think we went off developer rents, so that was a little more conservative, but we can share those tables with the township, so you have those as reference.
Sorry, John.
I don't know if
I'm done, thanks.
Kathy, actually.
Oh, I can yell.
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
hurt.
Everybody.
That's okay. Once again, I get caught up in the other questions and I forget what I was gonna say. So I generally have a favorable impression of this at this time. So there are some other pieces of information that we will need, obviously. But you have attempted to take our feedback to heart, and you have made some changes, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks. John.
Thank you, just waiting. Nathan, are there other developments in Washtenaw County that have availed themselves today of the housing gift?
So I'm in this stage with many projects. But none have gotten over the finish line in terms of the BOC approving a plan and us getting a work plan to Mishta. That's, so the answer is no, but I'm having these sorts of discussions with elected officials and developers in multiple communities.
So if this board likes what they see, then what are the next steps?
They would prepare a final brownfield plan. It would probably get reviewed one more time by some of my county brownfield members. Last look, it would go to you officially, and then that would start the process of adopting the plan. You would pass a resolution or just approve the plan. It would go to the authority for approval, then to the BOC.
That's
Start
not
with you.
tonight issue, that's a down the road possible.
Yeah, this is, yep, no action on this tonight.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Two things. Ryan, we met before, yeah, and it was stated that your company is going to manage the rental facility or the whole development later on. Is that you're just not gonna flip it?
Yeah, I mean, typically, we've never sold anything that we've built to date. I'd say never. I mean, no one has until they have, but we've never sold anything that we built. So the intention here would be to hold it long term. Like I said, if I do something in this community, it's because we stand by it, and, you know, my kids are gonna point it out when we drive by on our way to soccer games, that kind of stuff.
And Nathan, I have a question for you regarding, the federal and state level with the fundings, does that affect? Because you're talking about Misha and other, is that?
No, luckily, this is all local taxes and some state thrown in, and it's all not in jeopardy.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me. Well, I guess that's it. Treasurer Yaples. Is there anything else? No, well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for hanging in. We have a agenda according to rules of order. Anyone may make a motion, but it's not required. It is 10 after 10. Okay, let's move to. All right, 04.
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Thanks, Laura. Yeah, I guess, sorry, Aurora.
Yeah, that's okay.
This is a lot, yeah. Okay, Aurora, this, approve the job description of assessor, assistant assessor, and residential assessor.
Are any questions on the?
I did speak with Andrea, of course, assessing as a supervisor, so I know that, they sat down, at least Andrea and you sat down with, Robert Stover.
Right.
At one point, and, when you sent over the finals to me, I had another conversation with her to make sure that everything, and she said it's good for her, good, for that department, and I'm good with that as well. So just wanted to say that. Standing up?
Yeah.
Not because you want to speak, but no,
Because I
okay.
wanna stand up.
Okay, certainly not.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Wait. Oh,
Go ahead. Well, we can begin with you and then we'll just go.
one question. Well, a couple questions. We currently do not have job descriptions for the assessor for the various assessing positions. True, I mean, is that true?
We do, they were,
Yeah, they're in
it should be in the packet also, the current.
No, oh, that's right. Okay. Never mind, I yield.
No, I'm supportive of these. The assessor, supervisor, HR manager recommend approval. I want to thank Aurora. This is a big lift to get our job descriptions in order. Not everybody in Township Hall has one. Some do, so we're getting them all standardized. So thank you.
Anyone else?
No, thank you. I'm in
Thank
support.
you.
The model motion to approve the attached job descriptions for the authorized positions of assessor, assistant assessor, and residential assessor.
Support?
So we can just do a voice.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? None, motion passes. Thank you for that.
Thank you for sticking around, Aurora.
I'll stay here for the next.
Yeah, the next one is 05, approve the job description of finance director, finance manager, and finance.
And this one, the finance manager did not have a current job description.
So that was part of the lift. A lot of members of the community asked, what's taking so long for a finance director? Well, the finance manager didn't have a job description. Finance director job description, as you know, is a subject of litigation between me and the board. And so there are a lot of things to work out. It's all queued up. With the approval of these tonight, we'll be able to recruit for a finance director. I just make one note. There's some footers that are incorrect, that don't have the correct job titles. The correct job titles are finance director, finance manager, and finance assistant. There's some small little footers that are in it.
Sad, but yeah, it says a cabinet on the other. You're copying right now.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, oh, yeah, there.
Yep.
Any questions? No.
Mm-hmm.
I do need to bring something up. I am in support of the finance director job description. However, Rebecca, our finance manager, sent an email to the board, and before she did that, I had read through the packet. And I noticed that the finance manager and finance manager and finance assistant have very similar job descriptions, except that the finance assistant has utility billing under them. And that is a huge job for the finance assistant. And I believe at this point, from memory, the finance manager has a salary of around 90,000, by finance assistant around 65,000. So I think there's a discrepancy there, that we should be paying our employees based on, what we are providing, for them. So I am in support of the finance director job description, and and when we hire a finance director, the finance director should review the department and then look at the job descriptions for those two other positions. So that's my 2 cents.
I'd like to respond to that. One reason for the duplication, this is a much more normal structure for a typical township, Pittsfield and others, to have one finance director and 2 people working for the finance director. Certainly, the finance manager has more experience than a finance assistant, but we want that redundancy because the way we've been operating for a number of years is not sustainable, has led to a lot of the bare bones, almost crises audit findings that we've had, that we haven't had duplication. And so we want to have 2 people who can be redundant and do these services. Certainly, we want to have more than one person who can do utility billing, AP, payroll, all of the essential functions.
Yeah, I understand that, but if we're having somebody that, just because they have an associate's degree and the other one has a bachelor's, but if one is doing utilities and the other one is, and it states that in their job description, but the other one doesn't, then where's the cross training for that?
So the utility billing support appears in the finance manager as well. Also in terms of process, part of why we need job descriptions is to establish what they are. And then the second step is the classification and salary review that Aurora and Raumberg are doing. So we have to set what the jobs are so that it's not the default of the longer people are here. Their salaries go up with COLA, not related to job duties or performance as much.
I don't see utilities under the manager at all. Number 14 on page 2.
There you go.
Means account receivable records compared to invoices based on authorized requests follows up on delinquent accounts, including utility billing. Well, but that's not the same as manages all utility billing, including preparing and answering questions about customer bills. So if we're gonna have them, there's more to it than
There is, the intention would be that the finance assistant would be primary on utility billing, and that's why it's described differently. People who do only utility billing typically earn less than what a finance assistant might earn. And it's, you know, that's kind of more of a utility biller design, and this is much more of a team.
Okay, and so what kind of input will the finance director have when they are hired and they start working and with this team, and then they say, well, this isn't really working here, this should be over here, or whatever?
Yeah,
How much-
they would make recommendations and we would make changes, I would assume. But yeah, we have to get the party started.
I'm in support of the finance director, definitely. Job description, and also Rebecca did send out the email, so I want to include our employees and their input, because you know, this is their part of their life.
And I will say, and Rebecca would acknowledge, you know, she sent the email to the board. You know, we have a good working relationship, and I think we, you know, respectfully have a difference of opinion on how much capacity is needed. But certainly there's been lots of consultation, just not full agreement. I know Aurora, Christy, and Ryan were part of that. We've had many meetings because of that consultation.
Aurora, do you have any additional comments on what they're talking about?
No, I think that having this director job description is a step in the right direction. Yeah, we need to have this to move forward with, if there's any recommendations that this person would make later on, or if there's something that isn't quite working out.
Okay, are there any?
Yes. Yes, I'm in support of all three of these. I think a great deal of effort has gone into this, a great deal of thought. It comes down to when we do get a finance director, the finance director will manage those personnel, and I'm confident they will create a good blend of amount of work for the two reporting positions. So I did ask the question about the feedback from finance manager Maudie, and I was satisfied with the answer. I think this is a good job that you've done, and I appreciate it.
Sure.
Aurora, would you expect the soon to be hired finance director to, after a few months in the position, to come to you with modifications to these responsibilities and possibly even salary adjustments? Once he or she gets to know the people and gets to know the job?
Expect any recommendation that this person wanted to make, yes, whether it was a description change or looking at the salary, et cetera. But I'm hoping that we have a comprehensive enough study through Romberg, Stover, that it'll answer any of that.
I would feel more comfortable if we could vote separately, because I am not in favor of the other two until the finance director is here and in that position. But
Would you like to split the question, or should we just take the model motion and first see where it falls?
sure. Yeah,
Which option?
either one.
I can split the question if you'd like to have your no vote noted, Jillian. I'd like to make a motion to approve the attached job description for the authorized position of finance director.
Support.
Well, let's do voice or roll call, please.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser? Carrie?
Yes.
Motion adopted 7-0. I'd like to make a motion to approve the job description of finance manager.
Support before John got to it.
Objection.
Do we want to put finance manager and finance assistant together?
Good.
Okay.
It'd be faster.
Okay, I thought I wasn't clear on what Jillian wanted to do. Okay, motion to approve the finance manager and finance assistant, still support by Brant?
Yes.
You want a roll call vote?
Sure. Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Brant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
No.
motion adopted, 6-1. Thank you so much, Aurora.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Aurora.
Hey, 06, Karen's.
I was gonna.
So sorry it's so late.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
And I did propose this one for new business because I knew we'd need some discussion. So thank you for your time and patience in being here.
Yes, approval of permit for private fireworks display at Heron Farms on July 4th, 2025. So, well, you heard here, did you want to present?
Yeah, I'll just give a brief overview. I know you're all equipped to answer questions. I just want to thank you for your 4-page review for the meeting last summer. I want to acknowledge I went to the 2024 event. It was super fun, super fun. And we all acknowledge, the traffic concerns and things. I have a couple questions about the plan because I know you're put a lot of effort into addressing the safety. You are still proposing 400 people, I think.
We want to have a booking system.
Yes.
Meter in cars, and so 400 slots essentially, which would be less than half of what we saw last year.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That'd be about half of the people
Less than
last year.
Yeah. And it would also be metered in 30-minute slots, so people would book in from 7 to 7:30, 8 to 8:30, 8:30 to 9, and so on. And obviously, not everybody will exactly hit their reservation, I'm sure, but we'll have a holding area inside the property to put them in, check their bookings, and if we need to send somebody out because they don't have a booking, can't accommodate them, they would go out the other exit going westbound, so they wouldn't cross traffic. So we're just trying to, what happened, if it's okay, I can say what happened is we've done this for 7 years, and I think the community really likes it. It's not a for-profit event. We personally pay for it, and even though we did have a lot of traffic last year, I think most of the Dexter and Scio Township was either in the property or watching it because there weren't a lot of complaints given the amount of traffic we had. But in previous years, we would come to the township asking for approval with hundreds of people supporting it. We haven't done that lately because we've been on the consent agenda. But what happened last year, the only thing that deviated from the plan is the day of, we found out through a friend that Fox 2 News Detroit listed us as a event. And it drove, we think, more than 1,000 people from the Detroit area to drive to Dexter without any kind of notice. And at that point, we weren't really set up to handle that situation. We will be contacting Fox if we're approved to make sure they do not list us as a event, and anywhere that it is listed, which is typically only Friends of Dexter, and the Dexter Sun-Times has listed it for the past 5 years. We would say in the listing, you cannot just go there, you have to go to this site and get a reservation to come in to help us control the flow of things. And if we run out of space, then we don't have to deal with people at the gate.
Great.
Um,
I'm sorry. I just had one more comment, a suggestion from a neighbor out there, which I think is a good one. To perhaps orange cones, yellow tape, something on neighbors' driveways or private roads. Presumably the metered plan sounds like a good one. The walking up and down Dexter Ann Arbor last year, that was really, as we know, dangerous, concerning. I like your idea of having volunteers at bushes. Want to confirm that you will have those because there were so many people parking and walking and then calling an Uber and having a fender bender.
Yeah, we are planning that, and I think we'll probably work with Daryl to block off Bridgewood cones or something.
Okay.
And there should be enough signage and the reservation system, that people should be flagged into our property and not down Morrison, to prevent that situation from happening again.
I have a comment. So, hi, Brian, Lauren. I looked at your plan very closely. So I think I saw a gap. You're slotting people at 5:30 and you're starting parking attendance at 6 PM.
That's a gap. Yeah, that's just an error in the plan. We'll have people there probably from 4 o'clock onward from the site, so we'll be ready. We had people show up last year at, earlier times, so the slotting should solve that, but we'll have staff on site before. But that's a good point. We'll update the plan to reflect that.
You mentioned asking Fox not to list you, but what about MLive? When we had a paper, they would list all the fireworks, the Ann Arbor News would list all the fireworks. And I think, is there still a Sunday paper from, anyway?
Yes,
You might want to talk to them as well.
Sometimes it has listed us in
Right.
the past, and it's never been an issue. We talked about this and we felt like we should still have them list us with the booking system, because that's been typically okay. And MLive has not listed us in the past, but we will reach out to them and make sure that if they have listings, it's either not listed or it's listed with the booking system.
The reservation system should handle that presumably. I'm just curious how it's gonna work. And we don't have to talk about it tonight, but I assume you worked this out when somebody gets in line to pull into your driveway and they don't have a reservation. They're gonna go to the holding area, you're gonna check them, and then they're gonna go out. So you're not gonna check them like at the street.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
okay,
have
fine.
like 3 acres of a holding area, and we actually want everybody to book in, because we do have a waiver and we do track people, and it was previously done by clipboards and phone numbers and signatures, so we like this process too, and it's more systematic.
Gets them off the street. Gets them out
Yeah,
of the
nobody should. Our plan is to flag cars away if we get a queue of more than 6. So if we see a line, we'll just send them away and they'll have to go to the roundabout and do that.
John or Kathy or?
I don't have any questions. I'm supportive of this. So.
Thank you.
Good.
I'm supportive of it. I appreciate all the detail. One detail I did notice is at the top, it's addressed to the Dexter Township Board of Trustees. Sorry, I have a bad habit of reading things.
Yeah. It's a terrible thing we do, read them all.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think it's a well thought out plan. I mean, the only real concern I have, which I don't think there's an easy way to get around with as much land as you have, is at night when everybody's leaving, that might turn to be a little interesting just because it's dark, but.
It tends to take people long enough to get out of the property that they're not queuing at the road. They're typically going through the parking lots. That's where we see most of the congestion on the exit point.
Gotcha.
And when they leave, they will all be directed west.
Our plan is to use, we have 2 road exits, is to have one going one direction with a flagger and the other one going the right of way, the other direction. So we don't have.
Yeah, good. And how many sheriff deputies will be on, and how long will they be there for? I know.
We're talking about at least 2.
Yeah.
We check the plan and they can be there.
But how long are they gonna be? there?
To 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock is what your plan
6
says.
to 11, but I think we'll be updating that to at least
Yeah.
5:30 or 5 to 11. For that, from opening time through at least 11.
Okay, I was just thinking if they were called away for an emergency, but if they're just.
They'll be off duty.
They're retired.
They're off duty.
Okay,
They'll be
okay,
hired
that's
just.
good.
They're contracted.
Oh,
Their job.
Never mind, okay.
We're not taking away from anybody.
Unless there's a
Yeah.
big emergency, but yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I guess we can go ahead and model motion.
Well, let me just say something. I don't think I've ever met you two, but you may have contributed to my campaign in last year. Do I have the right Nixons or not?
Wait.
I mean, the right parents or
We're
not?
the Nixons.
Yeah, you're the Nixons, you're the Harris. Yeah, I told you never met. So, so you may have contributed to my campaign, correct?
Yeah.
That's right. And pursuant to our rule 11.3 conflict of interest, we can declare it a conflict if there, if what you donated is of such substance to change the vote of the board member on a particular topic. I don't believe that the campaign, while appreciative, the contribution of you is going to impact my vote on this, and I'm not asking this board to recuse myself, but I just wanted to just put that out there on the record so that people are aware of it. I'm more influenced by the fire marshal's approval, by the Blast LLC's reputation, by frankly, the big insurance policy, and by the plan and your willingness to work with the township. So I am not asking to recuse myself, fellow board members.
And they've done this for many years.
Hey, you voted on them before they donated money.
No, but I know, I just, you know, I don't wanna
Right.
get money more quarterbacking or, you know, criticism later.
Okay,
I'd like, oh, sorry.
I appreciate it, just gonna,
I can
are
read
you
it.
finished? Go ahead, just go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve fireworks other than consumer of low impact permits for private display, articles pyrotechnic, display fireworks on July 4th with rain date of July 6th to the Blast LLC on behalf of Brian Heron of Heron Farms.
Support.
Yeah, voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. Okay.
Thanks for coming. Have a great
Sorry for
evening.
the late night. Thank you for it.
Don't forget to send me my t-shirt.
Hopefully we'll see some of you. Great future.
Okay. 07, approval of township review of invoices for attorney services for case 2024-24 F3-0828.
Sure, I prepared this item. Again, I want to just review little bit of the background on this. The township has the option to provide an attorney, ask for one, which we couldn't do because our township attorney obviously felt they had a conflict of interest since it was the former supervisor who filed the false police report. Second, we submitted to our insurance company, twice denied. We're still pursuing, Brian and I may be bringing another cost to this township board to pursue a potential advice from a special attorney to look into that. That's ongoing. None of that is really relevant if the costs aren't reasonable, which by any measure they're not. So we have the third option, which is to reimburse. And that's what we've been doing. Kathy and I brought this, wrote the resolutions. I'm a little dumbfounded by people suddenly saying I don't write things when I've written more things than before, but Kathy and I wrote the resolution in October, and we wrote the one in December, and I wrote the one today. Been working very hard to try to get these paid. What changed? What changed is we had a new board, and the new board asked for more information. The new board asked good questions, such as original invoices. When we got these original invoices, they had problems. These are not problems we've talked about at length publicly because we have a supervisor who is fighting bullshit felony charges. And so we're trying to resolve this internally. We tried to resolve it over 6 months with our township attorney, with different conversations. None of this is a surprise. It's all been discussed. So one most recent, I will say internally, I know Ryan and Kathleen and Judy and Jillian had talked about an MOU. More recently, I talked with Jillian about different options. It was no, no, no. So I said, hey, let's deal with it at the board table. So here we are dealing with it at the board table. In terms of these invoices, the good news is Jillian referred us to her attorneys. Her attorneys talked to our attorneys, and they had a fruitful conversation. about how to review to make sure that the numbers, one, add up, that the numbers, two, are accurate. There are some hourly rates that were wrong that got corrected. And number three, importantly, that they are costs that we are legally authorized to pay. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mariah. If you could just briefly go through the statement, and I want to thank Finance Manager Maudie. She has worked on this for months, having the invoice, the replacement invoice, the different ones. Mariah, could you please take us through that statement and describe your criteria for review?
Yes, I wouldn't say necessarily that it's my criteria. It was a criteria that was discussed.
The criteria.
The criteria, thank you. So there are, with board members. So there are a couple of items, if you're looking at the statement, there are a couple of items at the top for the Dykema invoices that say wrong hourly. Those two items were anomalies in the invoice set. So a certain hourly rate was being charged, and then suddenly there were two invoices with an odd hourly rate number. I spoke with the Dykema attorney, explained to him, he took a look at it, he said he agreed that that was just probably a mistake and approved that being billed at the rate that the rest of them were billed at.
Great.
In that conversation with the Dykema attorney, I did tell him what this criteria was that I was looking at. I don't want anyone to think that I am making any sort of judgment about the representation. I leave that to the attorneys to represent the supervisor in the way that they think is best for this particular case. So I'm not looking at the invoices and saying, boy, I wouldn't have done that, or that shouldn't have been done. But the criteria were things that were directly related to the defense. So the next item on the list that was changed, it says subtracted amount not related to defense. Those items were attorney time spent drafting a postcard and a campaign statement. Those items didn't feel like they fell under the heading of defense. The bottom three in the Dykema invoices were something related to, some communication related to Bureau of Elections decision, redacting invoices, and then a review of the Scio Township handbook and statutory duties. Those didn't appear to be items that were, it's on the invoice. So those didn't appear to be items that were related to the defense. And then the final one was the time that the attorney spent responding to the MOU that had been presented by some of the trustees. And again, this is a criteria that I was given. It's up to the board to determine whether or not those are actual things that they wanted to remove from those items. It doesn't matter to me how you decide that. Under the next set of invoices that were from Bellata Law, there were just two items that were did not appear to be specifically related to the defense. One of those, again, related back to the postcard / campaign statement. And then there was some time in, I believe it was the September-October invoice of 2024 that was charged for watching Scio Township Board of Trustees meetings. That
I don't know about that, and that was never mentioned to me.
Yeah, it was on the invoices, but I appreciate that that's not something that you knew, but those are the items that stood out to me as things that weren't directly related to the defense of this case. So do you have other questions about that?
Thank you. I do want to note, one thing I like about the system you came up with, proposed before us tonight in the resolution here, is that it provides our township attorney unredacted information, but it stays with our township attorney. So everybody can be assured that it wouldn't become a record of the township, it become FOIA-able and, create any concern for the supervisor in it being released.
However, if it has to do directly with my case, like strategy, that will be redacted.
Yep, it says that right in here.
Okay.
Unredacted unless information on the invoices would reveal confidential defense strategy, which there were at least 2 redactions that were totally fine. I mean, this is what was originally being presented.
Well, that's
just difficult.
right, and that's what I was advised from the beginning, that nobody was to see these invoices unless they were redacted.
Yeah, so the agreement that we have is that they won't leave our office. That Think and Think has an opportunity to review them using these criteria, present to you, the board, some items that maybe don't fall under the authority to pay. And that's it.
Okay, well, the invoice problems from the beginning, I was advised by Jessica to combine the invoices for the October 22nd because there was concerns about 2 attorneys and we're only gonna pay 1 attorney or 1 invoice. So I went.
Because that's what the ordinance says.
Well, excuse me. I went by that and I combined them. And I also combined them for the next set. So that's what I was instructed to do by the clerk.
I've
And I-
now reviewed,
no,
I've reviewed all of them.
Yes.
So I got the previous ones also.
Okay, but that's what I want to make clear because I have been accused of, all these, if this was an audit, you would be, blah, blah, blah. I followed instruction and I followed instruction from my attorneys.
Nobody said you
What I-
didn't.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well,
they have.
I haven't.
No.
There is the issue of the fact that the Dykema invoices say that it's related to a board dispute.
Right.
Which
I didn't even know where that came from.
And I've spoken to your attorney about that, and it's my understanding that going forward, those invoices will no longer have that as the subject.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's fine, but I'm talking about the hours I spent combining and going through line by line and having the attorneys make sure that everything was correct. And I did, and I messed up by submitting a draft. As far as the campaign statement, it wasn't for my campaign, it was for the GoFundMe account because the township had denied my legal services. And also I had to scramble so that is part of my defense. And the other thing, the Bureau of Elections, well, the sheriff department was going to charge me with more crimes for not submitting paperwork to the Bureau of Elections. As soon as I found out I needed to have a legal defense fund, I scrambled, I was freaking out. So I submitted everything. And since that had to do with my legal defense and my reporting of that, my attorneys helped me with that, scrambling to get everything I needed. So that is part of my defense. Let's see, supervisor statutory duties. I've never had them go through my supervisor statutory duties. I know what they are. I don't know where that came from.
It's on the invoice.
That is so weird. I don't know. I mean, there's no reason for me to give him when I have the MTA. So I don't know which attorney was that, because I will have a conversation. Okay.
But might it have been possible if they researched the handbook of statutory duties to see if chairing RAC committee is a statutory duty and is therefore defensible? I mean, could that be part of defense that they assert? I mean, I've never talked to anybody about this, but I'm saying maybe looking at what's in the ordinances is what can we use as a possible defense for her in our defending?
I'm not making any statement about whether or not they should have done these activities.
Right.
In order to support their client. The only thing that this spreadsheet is indicating is items that did not seem directly related to the defense. But again, that's up to you as the board to determine. You could disagree with what I've done here.
No,
It
I'm not
This is
trying
just the
to.
first process. This is just.
But like I can see researching what her statutory duties are, researching what defenses might lie in our ordinances and our policies so that they can in court say, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, she was only following policy. She was only following the statutory duty. She was only following this resolution that we passed. So I can see researching what avenues of a defense might lie within our codes, duties, this MCL, and this, but I kind of interrupted you, Jill, and my apologies.
No, you wouldn't have to do anything. I wasn't a supervisor back then, but I can see possibly that questioning.
Well, this is from February. This is from February, I'm sorry, January of 25.
Okay, I'll ask. I just don't remember having that conversation or them bringing that up to me.
And it sounds like, Mariah, part of your review also knocked some dollars off of a few of these invoices where their hourly rates were wrong.
Just the two at the top
Yeah.
of Dykema. Yeah, just the two at the top were the hourly rate. And maybe I already said this, but I did discuss with Mark Chutko, I can never say it right. Sort of what I'd been tasked to look at and told him the same thing that I told you tonight. I'm not judging how he's handling this case. He's handling the case the way he thinks he should handle it. And I'm not saying that these aren't items that he shouldn't have participated in support of his client, but do they directly relate to the defense? That's all.
And I do appreciate having some review because, you know, with all the eyes that are on this, this is the first time we've ever relied on this ordinance. You know, and we need to make sure all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed because I think it's pretty likely that there'll be taxpayers out there looking at us, ready to challenge anything we do on this. So I appreciate some sort of review that's still, because we're not the client, we don't get the invoices, which we shouldn't, but I think it's a nice balance.
Yeah, I just don't appreciate being accused of things that I haven't done or using this firm for my civil or my tax issues or anything else.
I don't know, you're the only person I've ever heard say that.
Well, somebody else on this board has been spreading those rumors because it's gotten back to me. And it's not true.
I would like to offer a resolution.
So Mariah, in the future, could you, when these invoices come in, could you make a list of what you feel is not defense and provide that to my attorney so they can have a conversation with you about that?
I don't know that I'm the person to have the conversation with, but well, we could talk about that.
If they're presenting the invoices to you, because supposedly the board isn't looking at these invoices.
Well, one of the conversations that I did have with your attorneys, Jim and I met with them via Teams, probably, maybe Zoom. And we mentioned that we were concerned that one of the items that we thought maybe the board was being billed for was giving a statement to the press, which we didn't feel fell under the defense. And your attorney, Michael Bellata, disagreed, but then removed that from his invoice. So these are conversations that we've had, but yes, I have no problem sending that to them.
Yeah, because they weren't aware of these other things.
Well, I told Mark what I was going to be looking at, and he and I were looking at some of them together, and I did mention a few of the items. I agree with you, it wasn't everything specific on this list, but I think that they had some idea.
Can I ask what the haircut was for the time to respond to the MOU regarding the legal fees?
Well, I don't think that in my opinion, that's not directly related to.
No, how much was it? How much are we talking?
Well, it's the difference between, I think it's the difference between $48.75 and $24.75.
So $2,400?
So, but you didn't expect me to answer this MOU from the Board of Trustees on my own, and I did contribute to this. So here's another thing that, from the Board of Trustees, this was not from the Board of Trustees. This was from a couple of board members that got together and created this and then had Judy Monk presented to me, which she was not in favor of. She was really upset about this. And one of the reasons why she resigned from this board. So I want to make that clear. So every time that, you come after me for something with a resolution or whatever, you don't really expect me to go through this and represent myself when it has to affect my case. So hopefully, as we move forward, there will not be any more of these random trustees and their resolutions and MOUs.
And I would just say, I wasn't involved in that effort. I will say I've been involved in other efforts, and everyone has tried to approach this as respectfully as possible. I understand that's not been your experience, but I have seen everyone trying, being honest, our township attorneys, and everyone looking at this 14 different ways. Well, you're the only one going through this horrible thing. There are other dynamics at play, and it is important for the township to limit its future legal liability and be fiscally responsible. This is the first time we've ever relied on this ordinance. And there is going to be a whole avalanche of problems that we have if we don't do this properly.
Received a resolution stating capping your fees at 150,000, and we're not even in trial. Oh, by the way, and if you go to appeals, we're not gonna cover that either. Sorry. So that was a resolution that was handed to me, and then you wonder why I get upset. mean, seriously, my life is on the line and my freedom is on the line because of this township. And if you can't understand that.
I do understand that. And I also think that's why part of my concern when we got the new board and we saw the original invoices that said board dispute. And as increasingly you're stating that the fault is with the township, it was Will, it was John, it was the township. There's a lot of fault and none of it's yours. And that is true. But the township has to be paying invoices that are related to attorney services related to your case. I appreciate Mariah stepping in and doing a reasonable review. And I'm glad she's in conversation with your attorneys and that you're acceptable.
That was my idea to do that. And that's what we should have done from the beginning, instead of having random board members come after me. And it hasn't been pleasant. So it's not like, oh, we've been trying to work with you. No, it's like, oh, here, let me just, rip you apart because I don't like the way that these invoices are, instead of, kindly talking to me.
I have witnessed everyone be kind to
No,
you.
you haven't.
I would like to introduce a resolution. I'd like to read it because there's a couple proposed changes. Is that okay?
By that, you're talking about 07.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Jillian?
Okay, what are your proposed changes?
All right, I'd like to offer a resolution. Whereas Supervisor Carey has submitted a claim for payment to the Scio Township for reimbursement of her attorney fees pursuant to Scio Township Code of Ordinances 242 incurred in case 2024-24 F30828FY, State of Michigan v. Carey. And whereas Section 242 of the Scio Township Code of Ordinances states Scio Township 242 of the Scio Township Code of Ordinances.
Which states?
Which states, thank you, that's the first edit. See? I wrote these, okay, whenever criminal action, David's asking me to skip over if people are comfortable, but this does establish the facts. These are the conditions we're all finding as we have before. She was an elected officer, et cetera, chair of the RAC, whereas she's been charged with a crime which allegedly occurred during the scope of her duties as township trustee and member of RAC. Alleged conduct occurred at Township Hall immediately before a township meeting, carrying out unauthorized responsibility to enable remote meeting access on township equipment following township procedures. Whereas she has incurred legal fees as a result of the charges arising from the allegations and has requested reimbursement of past expenses. Whereas, here's a change, whereas Township has already reimbursed Supervisor Carey $103,677.25 for the reimbursement of her cost of one attorney's services that she incurred between December 2023 and October 2024, and a second attorney's services that she incurred between June 2024 and October 2024. Whereas Scio Township must practice fiscal responsibility over its revenues and expenditures. Whereas Supervisor Carey has submitted additional claims for payment to Scio Township for reimbursement of costs of 2 attorney services she incurred from November 2024 through March 2025. Whereas the board has determined for the sake of fiscal responsibility, it will require invoices to meet certain criteria and to submit to a review prior to approval for payment. Now therefore be it resolved that all invoices submitted for payment for reimbursement of attorney fees in case 2024-24 F30828 FY, State of Michigan v. Carey, must meet the following. 1, authentic original invoice from law firm to Supervisor Carey. 2, unredacted unless information on the invoices would reveal confidential defense strategy. 3, be for the criminal defense of the above case only and not contain billing for anything else, a civil action, press releases, interviews with the press. 4, submitted to Fink and Fink for review, who will then inform the township finance staff of the details related to reimbursement, but who will not release the invoices.
So they could send them directly to you. Yeah, because it states that it has to come to me. I mean, of course, one.
I think that point is that the invoice is to you, meaning you are the client.
Oh, okay.
So I made the resolution that should be support for discussion.
I'll support.
I have a question about one of the whereases. It
Okay.
says, the last whereas, the Scio Township Board has determined, but by doing that, we're doing the determination tonight, correct? That this is our,
Thank you, John. That's another typo I made. Determines that.
because it looks like it's a fait accompli.
Yes,
And I wasn't part of that closed session. So
John, there wasn't a closed session.
that I was being facetious.
Yeah,
Or-
this is not the meeting to be facetious. I've already been declared a wizard for writing.
So, determines.
Determines. Good at
Thank
it,
you.
John.
Thank you.
But you need to, take a vote for me to recuse myself, or I've already recused myself, so is it necessary?
You haven't requested that the board allow you to be recused.
I request that the board recuses me.
I would so move.
Support. Motion by Riser, support by Flintoff to allow the supervisor to recuse herself for the reasons stated on the record. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Just for this one. With that, I'd like to call the roll on the resolution as amended. Gapel?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Grant?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Motion adopted 6-0. Resolution adopted 6-0.
So 8. Approval of claim for payment for attorney fees related to case 2024-24 F3-0828 0828 F-FY.
This is similar to the prior resolutions I've brought for payment. I would suggest, given that the prior resolution was adopted, that the finally resolved would be filled in as such that we would approve payment tonight of $46,592.01 for reimbursement of criminal defense costs for the period of November 2024 through November 2024 through March 2025. I would note we have received invoices only through March. And all have been reviewed. Thank you, Mariah.
I did receive a document invoice for April.
Okay.
But there was some information missing, so I requested that information. I got it too late.
to make it part of this.
Great.
Okay.
So, has this been, motion? I guess I would, well, I'm gonna make a suggestion, but I'll, wait till the appropriate time on, 08, and that's, I'm gonna suggest that responding to a memo of understanding regarding your legal defense and getting paid for it is related to the legal defense. It's more than just a bookkeeping or housekeeping, but it's fundamental to her defense and how it's gonna be paid. So and to have a document thrust upon you and say, here, agree to this, that wasn't the subject of a board transparent proceeding is that they have to respond to is something that they should be paid for based on the way that it happened. So that under 08, I'm going to move as an amendment that $2,400 figure be added back to the bill, whether it has majority support or not, I'll find out.
And John, this really seems like an amendment that would have been better for the prior resolution.
Well, we're paying the bills.
Absolutely, and we can go through this with this amendment, but then I would suggest that the board go back because, no. Okay,
I think the other one just lays out
The process.
Process.
okay.
So I'm a little bit confused now then with what John is talking about. First of all, it sounds to me like a draft memo created by a few board members,
And our attorney.
many of us and our attorney.
But
Okay.
could someone just tell
Okay.
the process of
Sure.
this MOU that's been thrown around, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can share that. There was concerns from trustee Brandt, myself, and potentially others, but I know for a fact trustee Brandt and myself, we discussed it with Mariah. Mariah's, one of the suggestions was to have, just like we just voted on, a list of criteria or a set of guidelines around what the township wants to do. We worked with Mariah to come up with, there was a couple of meetings, as trustee Brandt alluded to earlier in the year, in between January and February. A form was drafted as a draft, as an idea to say, would this be something that, a set of conditions that, would be acceptable, and then we could bring it to the board and vote on it as a whole. But to start a conversation with the people that were concerned about what was going on. There was a draft made, as we had discussed, trustee Monk presented it, and at that point, nothing went further because we received a response from Supervisor Carey, and she did not wish to go further and had concerns about multiple areas of that document.
And
Sorry, it was essentially, my understanding is that there were some board members who were essentially making an offer to settle the question.
Yes.
And this was the path, and maybe it was inelegantly done. But the idea was, could we settle the question without having to do it here?
I mean, it would come to the board eventually,
Ultimately,
whatever.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, then it should have come to me first. It should have been a board decision. And we don't use, you were an employee, or you were not an employee, you were the attorney by the whole board, not by one or two, to use you to go, here's an MOU, and then to expect me to sit there and go, okay, I'm all for this without having my attorneys. This was a whole awful, it was awful. And we're supposed to be a board working together.
Could, I think, may I look, I haven't seen the MOU. May I?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to be clear because I trust our township attorney, and she answers questions of you, of John, of me, of any one of us. But I appreciate this could have been better marked as draft,
Mhm.
okay?
There was a
Um,
copy of it that was marked as draft. I don't know.
No, there wasn't.
I
didn't
Okay.
receive a draft.
Okay,
Okay.
I received
but
Jillian Carey and the Board of Trustees agree.
sure, and I would say anytime we're sharing draft resolutions, draft MOUs, let's all
Mhm.
try to be better about marking them draft, but we all know
Yep.
nothing's approved until if it doesn't happen at this board table, it
Absolutely.
doesn't happen. But it looks to me like that one of the considerations would be that all requests for reimbursements would be accompanied by original invoices
Mhm.
from her attorney, redacted by the attorney, and only to the extent that actual privileged information requires, that she'd be reimbursed for reasonable attorney fees and expenses, including for the computer forensic expert, and et cetera.
Mhm.
Only reimbursed for fees and expenses directly related to the state,
Mhm.
reserves the right to consider the reasonableness, which I know is something we're not addressing tonight. Each request will be considered separately. So I will just say that is not so different than what
Yeah, it is.
we,
There's a case law in there that doesn't even apply to criminal cases. I mean, and then there's the other one. So it was just really crappy that it was presented to me this way.
May I respond? May I respond?
Sure.
I read a statement about actions that I took. In my professional opinion, the invoices that were presented would not pass an audit. I had stated that. I stated the reasons. It was an opening to discuss an invoice that everything was redacted. I stated the anomalies in them. That was an attempt to get a better process, to have you engaged with that. The response, your response to my emails was categorically, no, I'm not going to change a single thing. There have been attempts to discuss this with you. And this document was another attempt to broach the subject and not have the discussion in a public meeting. That was the ultimate motivation is I did not want to have this discussion in a public meeting where other individuals may take the information and run with it against the supervisor.
Can I say something? The entire board did not know about this memo.
You did.
I knew they were talking about it, but I had never seen the memo. I didn't know the content in the memo. And I didn't know how far it was at any given point in time. I didn't know that much about it.
And so essentially 2 board members working behind the scenes.
It sounds like there were 3.
it's,
There were
There are 3.
I
There's-
wouldn't privately, I wouldn't say
Privately.
behind any scenes.
I didn't know about it until Judy presented it to me.
It was intended to be done with the utmost respect, and I apologize if it did not come across that way. We were trying to do this from a respectful point where we would come to an understanding. Certainly, there's, items that you may have wished to change, and items may have wished to change. We were open to having that conversation, then ultimately it would come to the board. That conversation could have happened here, could have happened before then, and the board could have reviewed it and agreed to the document. But that was our intention, and I apologize if it didn't come across that way.
Well, we could have gone into closed session too.
I don't think so. I don't know what
Yeah.
basis we would have to do so.
Yes, because read the open meetings act. This is, I said, I want a closed session, we could have.
On what legal grounds?
Because this is about my legal fees, my case that I am going through.
No, the request to go into a closed session is related to a performance review or something along those lines.
Purchase of real property.
Other things, especially for employees or officials.
Yeah, and it's based on performance. It's based on discussing performance reviews.
And I've talked at length with Mariah about this. There's been no legal grounds that I'm aware of to go into closed session. I will just say, again, I think I've heard, 6 of the 7 members of this board say unequivocally, repeatedly, these charges are bullshit. They never should have happened. They should be dismissed.
Absolutely.
Okay? And that's where I'm at too. I also, know that our justice system doesn't always sometimes innocent people are convicted, and that is the last thing anybody wants to see, which is why I have hesitated to have these conversations in public, because everyone is watching. So when after I had understood from Mariah that you sent a rejection of the MOU, we talked further, you started sending more invoices, they're piling up with all the problems. You finally said, you stormed out of a meeting screaming, yelling, I'm going to
I didn't scream.
sue the township. And at that point, your attorneys got in touch with Mariah, and here we are. So I just want to say, I'm trying, I'll continue to try, but I am not going to, I appreciate that we approved a process to get some invoices reviewed properly, because I am not going to increase liability to the township for us to be sloppy just because this is such an extraordinary situation.
Let's back up a bit. I was presented another resolution or it was a resolution that stated, we are capping your fees at $150,000. We will pay no more. And if this goes to appeals, we will not pay for you. That's when I said, the township, the ordinance says you shall pay the legal fees. It doesn't say that we're going to, we can cap it. It says shall. So that's where I think it was coming
Who
from.
gave you that a resolution, Jillian? Okay.
And you were sitting right there.
That was part of the MOU process.
It was an MOU. It was a
Yeah,
small
I
separate.
do vaguely remember that there have been, as I said, we've talked about this for 6 months. Maybe in the same room, we have all talked about this together. So I would,
No, then how come you didn't know about capping the fees at 150 and no appeals?
I remember that coming. I didn't work on it directly, but Jillian, we've been talking about this.
It's right there and it,
I believe
I'm
you.
freaking out because that felt like, here, let's push her so we don't have any more legal fees and then she can file bankruptcy and possibly go to prison.
Jillian, that is not my intent or the intent of anybody on this board.
Well, you didn't read the resolution then.
Well, I didn't write the resolution. It was passed across the desk. So,
It never came to.
No.
right.
No.
So
People decided not to bring it.
because you weren't in support. And so here we are at the board. You want to work it out at the board table. This is what this looks like. So we have a resolution regarding township review, which we passed. John and David have a proposed amendment to the resolution to approve claim for payments for attorney fees. John and David, could you please be specific about that amendment and the dollar amount you want to deduct or add?
Since I was the proponent of that concept, it appears to me from looking at the bottom left of the attachment, the approved claim for payment is as written, $46,592.01, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And the haircut the haircut is jargon for the cut from the bill as proposed is $2,400 for the expenses related to responding to a memo of understanding regarding the legal fees themselves is $2,400. Therefore, I would move that the model resolution have in its at the end of page 2, payment of $48,992 rather than the initial.
And 1 cent.
In 1 cent, thank you, Ryan, rather than the initial 46, 592.01. That would be riser
that.
moves the model motion with the payment of the 48,992 for the period. And that's what I want some help with, please.
November 2024 to March 2025.
Thank
Yep.
you. And I would move that model motion.
Okay, discussion. I'm a little bit confused because it says ineligible amount, 5,900.
This is the amount just
Just a
changing.
piece.
Okay.
Yeah,
See
so
here where this is that number, if you go to your right, go on the same line, oh, yeah, go on the same line. You see how that's reduced by $2,400 from the amount to the left?
Yes.
That was for the MOU.
Okay.
so
He's proposing adding that back and paying it.
So discussion, and I can support this one. It's kind of neither here nor there, other than it's a precedent. I heard Jillian earlier tonight state that her, attorneys have reviewed these resolutions. We're going to be getting the invoices for April and May. So John, are you saying that you're supportive? I mean, in terms of precedent,
No,
how many?
What I'm saying is I don't like how the MOU was thrust upon somebody and say, here, sign this. That's what I don't like. And it
John, that
costs
was
her-
not what
it-
happened.
okay,
Well, that's what it felt.
I'm sorry.
John,
I
that was
apologize.
not what happened.
So John, this is specific to the
This
MOU.
is
I just
only
want to
res-
make it,
This is only, this is not.
not to
precedent
create a
for-
precedent.
Like if
Okay.
the attorneys are watching tonight,
And-
hello, guys, we're not paying you for this.
Right, I mean, I think they probably are, so that's why I'm raising it.
They're not watching it because they did ask me for a link and they said that they weren't going to charge. Well, only one of them was gonna watch and I forgot to send the link because I was in court all
Well,
day,
it's on-
exhausted.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, and then
No.
I do think it's important, John, you have said twice that an MOU was thrust upon. I do understand that's Jillian's experience.
Give it to
It's-
her, hand it to her.
I don't know, were you there? I wasn't.
No.
Okay,
I wasn't either.
Who-
Trustee Monk was.
okay,
Because they gave it to trustee Monk to present to me.
She
Mhm.
And I said, "Where
volunteered
did
to
this come
do
from?" And
it.
She said, well, this is what, Kathleen and Ryan have been working on, and they asked me to come to a meeting, and Mariah was there, I don't know, and then I did have a conversation with her yesterday, and she told me more of the facts.
Then our minutes should say trustee or supervisor or trustee was presented with rather than thrust upon.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll support the resolution as amended I want to make sure I got the number right, 48,992.01. So it's moved by Riser, support by Reed.
And I'm asking the board to recuse me, or to accept my recusal.
I move that Jillian Carey be.
We've already voted on that, didn't
That
we?
was for the.
07,
It's action by action.
Oh, okay.
uh,
Thanks for the clarity.
From voting on 08.
Support for reasons stated on the record.
That's right, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Roll call vote on the resolution as amended for payment of all the legal fees up to 48,992.01. Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes,
Resolution adopted 6-0.
What was the amount again,
Thank you.
Jessica?
2400.
48,992.01.
48,992 and 1 penny.
May I introduce 09?
Can I? I'm gonna move to postpone 09 and 10 to a future date until after the adjudication of the case. It's still a pending case. We have if we can't postpone it to that date, can we at least postpone it to another date? Because we still have a closed session regarding priority waste, and priority waste is it matters to a lot of our residents, and we've got to renew or not renew a contract, and we've got some decisions potentially to make as a board, and it is now 11:23 PM. We have another matter to consider. I don't know.
I would rather postpone priority waste and just
Yeah.
keep pushing through
Me
this.
too.
Yeah,
I'd rather do that.
I don't want to postpone to an uncertain future.
And I don't want to postpone either of these, John. We've heard a lot of good public comment. I believe these are, just as time sensitive. Our attorney's been asking me to bring these for 3 months.
I can sense,
You can also make a motion.
no, I know, I appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you. Yes, thank you. I can count no votes.
Well, then let's just do priority tonight then, just power through,
Well.
because we've been putting, how many times, Ryan?
Can I introduce 09?
Sure.
Okay, so this is a kind of compromise position that I came up with. We've talked about this at length. It would be much more of a normal arrangement that, similar to what Renee Klubeck talked about. And again, what's important to me is that we're doing this in compliance for all of the critics. Believe it or not, everybody in the room tonight was friends, but there are critics as well. And, I think it's important that we not get buried in the avalanche of challenges to all of these actions. So first of all, the ordinance states that we shall pay for, engage, or furnish the services of an attorney. We've talked at length with our attorney about what an attorney means, but we all agree it's singular. Certainly, I don't remember that exact advice, but I trust you and believe you that I probably gave you that advice of, how about combine them into one invoice? That sounds like a good idea I had, until we had a much more astute trustee come to the board, Kathleen Brandt. That was the old board. More information came in. We had problems with that. So now we have 2 attorneys, and it's not just, I want to be clear that, Jillian's legal team, like any legal team, covers paralegals and experts and all sorts of things, and whatever's needed for full defense of the case. What I think is unusual about this, and what this resolution would change, is it would change nothing about how many attorneys Jillian engages. She may engage whomever, however many she wants, in whatever way she wants. It's her defense. She's in charge of it. What this would change is any future reimbursements from the township, the supervisor would select one attorney's invoices to submit. Currently, we have 2 independent attorneys. What I would expect to see would be that maybe there's one primary attorney, maybe one attorney's in charge. And if they need the specialty help of another attorney, then they would contract for that. But right now, what we've had are 2 attorneys billing when we've had conversations before of like, okay, who does what? I haven't gotten clarity on that. And I don't get the sense, quite honestly, that it is as coordinated. I don't think it serves the township to be paying for multiple attorneys when our ordinance authorizes only one. And attorneys are smart. And certainly if they are in fact working together, they could present an invoice that demonstrates that.
I have a question on this. Do we have kind of a statement from your attorney showing who's doing what work? Like a delineation of what each one is doing?
It's in their invoices. They are doing separate things unless they have to be for one, well, I can't say. Can't get into the details.
I mean, frankly, I think how this is gonna work is that one of them is invoicing for both of them. So in practicality, it won't change the number of people who are working for her. It would be that if, for example, Michael Bellata was the biller and the attorney that Jillian was submitting invoices for, he might have on his invoice outside counsel, payments to outside counsel, which would be Daycom. So I don't want anyone to think that it's going to change the number.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect it would, but what I like about this is it forces coordination, because I just want to make sure that the township, we can pay for an attorney that is what is more normal, is that somebody would assemble a team and, pay for those professional services. So I would hope that that's what happens.
But
John Reiser said, but.
the town, so on the front page, which doesn't, sets it up, but it says that would limit any future reimbursement to one attorney, not to attorneys,
Correct.
which is, that's not in and then we've got all the whereases, which are nice, but don't matter as much as the therefore be it resolved that the Scio Township Board agrees that any payment for attorney services must be paid to one law firm only. So this is the one law firm only resolution. And so what's gonna happen is Dykema is now gonna belie whoever, I don't know who's the
We don't know what's gonna
primary,
happen.
the
John.
secondary and the whatever you call it. So Dykema's gonna bill us and then Bellotta's gonna bill Dykema, and it's gonna be, it'll just save, sounds like our township from having to review two bills, she'll just review one bill.
And it would then be in compliance with the statute and our ordinance.
To the extent that when it says an attorney, we
Yes.
only mean one attorney and not more than one attorney at a law firm.
No, John, Mariah, I'll turn it over to you. I did have, Mariah work on this resolution with me in terms of the use where it appears attorney and where it appears law firm. Certainly, we could add explanatory things, but that's why in the resolved, it says law firm. An attorney is the language of the statute, but we use those interchangeably to make it clear that we're not talking about one human being, but Anne is singular, and that is much more typical for somebody to lead a criminal defense, that there is typically a lead attorney.
Clarification, so if firm A, the primary law firm, wanted some help from firm B, they could basically subcontract, if you will, and then that subcontract line would be on law firm A's bill to us. And
Just
we
like they
would-
do with experts.
Would we then pay a check to firm A and then firm A would write a check to firm, well, B, no, okay. so we would-
That's their problem. They can
That's
figure
their
it out.
problem.
I'm sure they can.
So basically what we're talking about is firm B would be a subcontractor to firm A.
Yeah, the only check we write is to Jillian,
Right.
but that is how they would work it out.
Well, if you're receiving invoices, would you pay
No,
It's reimbursement.
reimbursement? Okay, well, I have, under this whereas, well, the third,
oh, yes.
the whereas at the top,
Yeah,
how
mine,
come yours looks different?
I don't know, just printed different, but I think we have the same one.
You had proposed
Were
some
you-
changes.
Were you comfortable with the
Yeah.
change I made before?
That regarding the dates,
Mhm.
to be clear on that, yeah, and then
Okay,
the second whereas to the end says the Scio Township Board has determined that for the sake of fiscal responsibility, the township should no longer reimburse Supervisor Carey for the services of more than one attorney. That needs to be changed because it sounds like we're only paying for one attorney and that's it. The services of one attorney.
what if we put attorney / and then parentheses law firm? I don't know how to clarify, I'm open. I mean, Mariah and I went round and round about it, but better ideas?
Have we,
How about for the services of, well, one law firm?
I mean, if it says in your final resolved will be paid to one law firm only, why couldn't that other whereas also say that?
That's fine.
But I thought you just clarified that it's not a payment to a law firm, it's reimbursement
Okay.
to the supervisor. Okay,
One law
thank you.
Okay, so the
be wordsmith.
second to last, whereas for the services of more than one law firm, Jillian? And then,
Services of more than one law firm.
and then whereas Supervisor Carey may name which one law firm's services she may request the township reimburse. I mean, it's your call, but whatever invoices you're gonna submit. And then, yeah. And then we'll be paid, and it's not two, is that in the final resolved?
Yeah, paid for.
For incurred on or after May 15th in the representation, Jillian Carey will be paid for one law firm only, because the payment goes to you in a reimbursement. Okay, gotcha.
But do we know if, I'm sorry, I saw David's hand up.
And I've been waiting to
I'm
make
sorry.
a statement.
I didn't know that.
Well, you're blocking the view, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, it's my weight.
It's your weight?
Yeah, I block views with my girth.
I yield to that.
Yeah, I want to make a statement because, I've been taking a lot of heat for this. I want to point out that, I was one of the most vocal supporters of Supervisor Carey as a resident, for the actions of Mr. Hathaway. Never thought it was appropriate, always supported that. I still support the township providing a defense. Obviously, it's not a fair situation. Just want to make one statement about the ordinance says that the township shall pay for, engage, or furnish the services of an attorney to advise the individual. The township does have the ability to provide an attorney to you. It's clearly in this ordinance.
Well, and I
Well,
asked. in the beginning.
Excuse me, I'm
That was
not
denied.
finished. But we're not even suggesting that whatsoever. I'm not suggesting that. I think we are taking the most kind point of view, no matter what my opinion is of your attorney. We are letting you choose your own attorney. I think that's infinitely fair and kind. And I hope the hardcore hits on me stop, because my position has not changed since when I was a resident.
David was next.
David?
I think now therefore be it resolved. I think May 15th is a little aggressive. Don't know how long it would take to rearrange the billing and the organization and the relationship between these two firms.
Right.
But I would think minimally June 1, if not maybe even July 1, I don't know, 5 weeks. I don't know how long it would take the bureaucracy of these two law firms, if in fact you're going to continue to offer, to meld together. And I don't think it can be done in 2 days. So whether it's 2 weeks or 6 weeks, I don't know.
I think the beginning of the month makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Beginning of the summer, yes. So,
What do you want to propose?
um,
Give any input, Jillian?
Well, I'm just. Can we do June 15th, because dealing with Dykema and trying to, because it's not.
I'd say July 1 makes more sense.
I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because your invoices are by month, so that's why I was thinking of a first of the month.
July 1.
But then, yeah, but. Getting Dykema, it takes them a long time to get information over.
Their
as you know.
machine.
have to go to Texas and come back.
So July 1, 2025. And so then, again, that's for services incurred on or after July 1. And the other proposed change, which Jillian and I discussed quietly, but to make clear for the board, would be the whereas. The fifth from the bottom, whereas, the same edit I had offered to the other one. It would be for her cost of services of one attorney from December 2023 through October 2024, and for her cost of services of a second attorney between June 2024 and October 2024. And then we would change the second to the last whereas, we would use the term law firm in those two whereas clauses, change the resolved to effective July 1, and change the last word, instead of be paid to one law firm, be paid for one law firm only.
There, that has to be changed. Because we have the same thing repeated. Here.
Got it. So yes, thank you. So the third from the bottom, whereas, we would change that because she didn't have two attorneys until June. Okay, and has include requested reimbursement of cost of two attorneys from different law firms for every month since June 2024. I think this resolution as amended helps to make clear that we're in compliance with our ordinance and that the township is, kind of encouraging explicit coordination, which I know is happening informally, but would make it more formalized.
Mm-hmm.
And for the reasons stated in the past, I move that to the extent she asks, Trust Supervisor Carey be allowed to recuse herself on this. Trust Supervisor Carey, are you asking to recuse?
I don't think I need to.
Okay. I withdraw.
I would move the resolution as amended.
Support.
Under discussions, do the law firms know this is coming? This is kind of changing how they do things. It's kind of deep within the defense. Has this been broached with them?
I spoke with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually came up with some ideas that are very similar to this. So.
Okay, all right.
So you understood that it wasn't cutting your attorneys in half before public comment? The discussion about bankrupting you. I'm just saying, we had a lot of public comment about bankrupting.
Sorry.
No, that's about the next agenda item. So.
Okay, I was just waiting to get to that part. Okay.
Okay.
Yeaple and Flintoff as amended. Do you want to do a roll call or voice vote, Jillian? I would suggest roll call.
Okay, well, we can, I mean, you can. Yeah, roll call, vote, I think so.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie.
Yes.
Resolution adopted 7-0. Okay, 010. Brief history on this for 3 months, I would say, at least. The township attorneys, both of them have told the supervisor, the treasurer, and I, and any other trustee who has asked. We've had multiple conversations about it. We have all known, Kathy and I knew, even before we brought the first resolution, we've been advised by our township attorney that it's always been discretionary. The statute is discretionary. The ordinance, which this township board adopted in 2009, we have no reason to believe conforms with the law. I knew there was that vulnerability when I first brought the claim for payment in October. I wanted to get it through the old board. We get to the new board and, our township attorney's advice does not change when we get a new board, which is good. I appreciate that about Mariah and Jim, and they continue to give sound advice to correct our ordinance so that we have a lawful ordinance. I can't emphasize enough how important it is that we have good legal footing to be standing on as we're taking these extraordinary steps. Little bit of background. And I know you all received an attorney-client privileged note from our township attorney. This has been discussed with the supervisor and others. For months, our township attorneys have been urging us to take one of two actions. One, repeal the ordinance entirely. That was one option. And rely on the state statute. Repeal the ordinance and rely on the state statute, or amend the ordinance to conform to the state statute. At no time did our township ordinance say, your ordinance is great as is, keep it. At no time did they say shall mean shall. At no time did they say any of the things along those lines. And so I'm bringing this forth to correct it. I looked back at when it was adopted. It was adopted in June 2009. You'll appreciate that it was adopted on the consent agenda with no discussion when 5 members were present as part of the overall codification by Muni Code. When I look back at the record, there was no even standalone ordinance. It's how we got the township manager job description, the code enforcement. Chapters 1 and 2, they were copy and pasted from Muni Code Corporation. That is the record. So we have no reason to believe it conforms with state law. Our attorneys have said we have no reason to believe that the state hasn't occupied the field on this, that they have no reason to say that we could legally say shall if the state statute says may. And certainly anybody who's looking at this matter knows this. This is a simple thing to know. So I think it's important we get it corrected. There's no evidence that the ordinance we had in place was deliberate or even really based in the law. So this would, in fact, and I do have the minutes and the ordinance from 2009 if anybody's interested. And then what the amendment would do, and you'll see in the proposed ordinance here that I prepared, is it just reflects exactly what state law is, okay? So it adds the word volunteer. You know, I've always worried about Ian, you know, if they'll throw some criminal charges at Ian or at me for conspiring with Jillian and this nonsense. It, you know, deletes I like that it adds volunteer because that actually does cover our committee members. Certainly it does take out the words past or present, but my reading of it is that it would still cover past, but I'll ask Mariah to address that. And then it says the township may instead of shall. If you remember, not so many months ago, we denied one of these claims. We had a claim by Sandy Egler. We made a very clear record of the reasons why it was being denied. Certainly there's certain conditions that we have found in every resolution that this circumstance meets. Jillian acting in her official capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So John, those are the criteria that we go through. I don't think it hinges as much on the may versus the shall. The shall feels good. The shall feels like there's assurance. But Kathy and I well knew when we first brought this to the board in October, our township attorney said, this is permissive. This is your choice. And so this just makes plain what we've all known. And I think it's important that we make it plain and that we have an ordinance that complies with the statute.
Oh. It looks like it was adopted in 2005, according to the history of, right off the website. And the statute was adopted in 1964. So I did talk with the MTA about this. Here, in section 36-75, 2005. So I did talk to the MTA, and the MTA said that the statute provides the authority to the board to adopt an ordinance, and the ordinance can be more restrictive than the statute. So we're not out of compliance.
We talked about this at our meeting the other day, but I would ask Township Attorney Fink to maybe weigh in on Because that's not always true, Jillian. You can't always be more restrictive, and this is one of those cases.
Well, that's what they said to me. So, you know, in Michigan, it was Catherine Mohawk. She's an attorney. And you know, this, in this township, with all the BS that happens, I don't have faith that we will be covering, and I don't want this to be used as a weapon or weaponized for one person. Oh, we're gonna cover your fees, but we're not gonna cover yours because we don't like you or whatever. And we've seen that in the past 4 years. I mean, even before that, there were shenanigans that were going on. So that's my biggest, yeah. And also, this does not remove the indemnification from my legal, because you've already set precedents with approving with the old board on October 22nd and the new board on December 3rd.
I don't know
I've
what you mean by that.
I've got a question for Mariah, basically. And this kind of overlaps with something of what Julian just said. In our discussion, I was asking questions about the significance of this potential change to our ordinance. And you essentially said there's nothing in the change to the ordinance that harms Jillian.
Well, I don't think it harms. I don't think it harms the current case. Because that's not the, first of all, that's not the intention of the
I know.
change. The intention of the change is to get the ordinance to mirror the statute.
Right.
But I think that it's already discretionary. So I don't see this as a major change. One of the concerns that I've had about the ordinance is that, you know, there's this whole thing about a current board can't bind a future board. And that shall could really bind a future board. If you have a case that lasts 5 years and you've got a shall in there, aren't you potentially requiring a board to continue to pay something that they didn't get a chance to vote on? That's one of the concerns that I've had about it. But the way that we have read this is that the state is essentially occupying the field, authorizing these actions by the board. And we are recommending that the ordinance mirror the statute. And I do think that there's a lot of evidence, not just at Scio Township, but at other townships, that when Muni Code was codifying, they were just sort of putting language in. And if it wasn't something that was very specifically thought out, if there's nothing that shows that the township board specifically intended to have something different.
You weren't there. I wasn't there. I know you weren't on the board.
That would be a concern, so.
And so it's kind of like, this is just good practice.
It is good practice.
And
I'm, you know, I'm sensitive to the fact that all of these things are happening at a time that's very tumultuous for the supervisor, and I fully understand why it might feel personal, but none of the conversations that I have had about this have any personal aspect to it. No one has said to me, how can we figure out a way not to do this? I think the evidence tonight that you paid the claim, and even revised the proposed claim should all support the fact that your position hasn't changed. This is not based on a change of position.
Well, I just speak all of this unfolding and I receive a resolution stating that we're capping your fees at 150,000 and we're not going to pay anything. And if you go to appeals. So that's where I'm coming from.
But that didn't go anywhere. That was.
No, but it felt like a scare tactic.
Wasn't that months ago?
From Ryan?
And it was
trying to scare
and it
you?
was a proposal.
You know, when you're telling everybody that I was screaming about, you know, and I stormed out, no. Read that right there, and if you didn't read it, that's what it said. So then this comes up without any discussion, and yeah, there, it came up one time in an attorney meeting, but you know, I'm, and the day of preliminary.
It's more than one time. It's been many months.
No, I did
And
not.
I
There's only
appreciate
one
that we don't,
Conversation about
and-
changing the ordinance.
and it's been with Jim, it's been with Mariah, it's been with Ryan, it's been
Well-
with me. I have bared witness to
That
multiple
with the ordinance
conversations.
change.
And,
One time
and
with
the
me.
ordinance change, the two things Jim and Mariah have repeatedly suggested. So I could either repeal the ordinance, and I thought, oh, hey, no, that might make me look like a jerk. Or I could amend the ordinance to make it correct. Either way, I want to have proper legal footing to stand on. And I meant that before. The people who were, came out with not believing, suddenly, the majority of us are liars, our intention has changed. These are friends. I mean, let's be real about what's going on here. These are extraordinary.
Reduce my salary.
There was, let's, and-
Interrupted.
and I just want to say, I will continue to try to do the right thing. I want to have clear legal footing to stand on. The people who are not friends are watching all of this very closely. This has tragically gone on longer. I've heard 6 of the 7 of us say it should absolutely be dismissed. It never should have happened. We all look forward to celebrating that day and then figuring out if and how we might recoup any portion of these costs. But these costs are extraordinary and they are getting attention, and we don't know when this will end. So we've got to do everything as right as we can. This is the first time we've ever had to rely on this.
Anyone else?
The question I have is really about field preemption and whether we can confer more than the state does. Does the state entirely occupy the field that is MCL 600, 691, the other 1408? Can we do more for our employees, our officers or volunteers than the state does? The state says, obviously, that we may, and we have said that we shall. And given Supervisor Carey's point about whether you get protection might be depend on whether the majority of your board, your fellow board members have your back. I also don't like the fact that it gets rid of any past or present officer and just talks about officer. So if Judy Monk were to get sued, would we have her back or no? Because she is not, she is a past officer. We're not going to. So I don't like that it gets rid of past or present and leaves it at officer, because I thought we gave protection by mandatorily saying we're gonna indemnify, and we also gave more protection than when we said past.
May I address the past?
Yeah, please.
So if you look at the statute, which I believe the proposed ordinance says the same thing, what it says is while in the course of employment with or acting on behalf of the governmental agency. So that in itself covers past, because if you've moved on to working at McDonald's after your job at Scio Township and you get sued at McDonald's, clearly you're not covered.
Right.
But if you get sued for something that you were doing while you were in the course of your employment, that's the way I read that, John.
Okay, all right.
And
I'm gonna defer to you as our legal counsel in this matter, and the only thing I ask you is the field preemption question, if you're comfortable answering that, about whether we can confer more benefit to our employees, officers and volunteers than the state does.
as a policy question.
Well, my biggest concern about that is really the binding of future board. That's my biggest concern. But we have had a lot of conversations about the preemption, and I think that's a reasonable position.
What do you mean, what you're saying, what?
That the state has occupied the field.
Okay.
John, can I ask another point related to the qualifying? Because I understand, and I liked Mark Altamar's, Altamari, see, he pronounced his name, yeah, Altamari, Mark Altamari, not Altamar. That's Caroline. So Altamari, I liked his idea. I don't think there's a way that, you can put in a supermajority into an ordinance, but I appreciate that idea, but I also feel comforted by the very good record and very good decision-making we've made. So we've now done this 4 times, okay? 3 for Jillian and once for Sandy. You and I had different opinions on Sandy. But the way that we originally, Kathy and I wrote these resolutions and the form has held is that we have certain findings. And that's what I think qualifies. So John, for example, look at the whereas Supervisor Carey's been charged with a crime that allegedly occurred during her scope of duties as township trustee, member of RAC. Alleged conduct occurred at Township Hall. We put in all the facts. It's the prior resolutions. You guys have seen this paragraph 13 times. Immediately before a township meeting, carrying out an authorized responsibility. Jim and Mariah were pressing me on every single one of these. Are you sure it was an authorized responsibility? Yes. To enable remote meeting access. Can we prove every one of these? They weren't questioning, but when we were coming up with this, on township equipment, following township procedures, all of that is true. All of that was not true in my mind for Sandy Egler when it was regarding what was allegedly timesheet fraud. You felt like that was in the scope of her duties, that she had been following procedures. So, John, whether or not it says shall or may, there's always going to be discretion of a board to look at the facts and decide if it's qualifying, right? I mean, somebody has to be an officer, but it's not just doing anything. It's in the course of actually carrying out their job, and we need to document those. So I guess I feel like that gives me some assurance that we would put something on the record. And if they're, not doing something related to their job, I don't think we should cover them. I mean, we had a difference of opinion on Sandy, you thought she was doing her job. And I thought she was violating township procedure.
Call the question? If comments are closed, if
Well,
not, I'm sorry.
Here's another thing. All ordinances that we adopt are binding for future boards. I mean, that's.
Yes, but this is a, you're binding something financially.
Yeah. And I can't think of another ordinance that does that. Again, with no evidence that this was really by a township attorney before adopted.
I recall that we had hired a manager, Daryl Fetcho.
Yep.
And he was really into the Michigan Municipal Code. And he pushed for adoption of the Muni Code. I don't think it got reviewed.
I looked back at the records. It appears it never came to the board.
I wasn't on the board at that time, but I had been on it before, and I don't think, in the planning to adopt the Muni Code, there wasn't a lot of review that went on.
Right. And we've talked about this for months and I've confirmed this. It's I don't see anything redeeming about this ordinance as is. I'd much rather have something that we know is lawful and supported by statute.
Anything else? Anybody else? I mean.
Okay, John, you were, doing something, calling the question.
You want to adopt the ordinance?
Oh, you need to, for the ordinance?
No, just somebody needs to make a motion.
Yeah, that's good.
He was asking to call the question, but we could just put the motion.
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, I move to adopt ordinance 2025-04 to amend Article 2, Section 3 as proposed.
All right, let's do. All vote, please.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
No.
Carrie.
No.
Ordinance adopted 5-2.
Okay. The last. Priority waste, closed session. Everybody,
Maybe someone needs to make a motion to go into session.
did you send?
I did.
You did, okay. I thought you did, but.
It's 12:05, we've got a closed session, and we've got another action item with peddlers and solicitors, I guess.
That was removed for next meeting.
Okay. But not in my brain.
We also have two members of the public still here, so I'm just like.
I know, no, so I guess,
Jim. Okay.
I'm moving that we postpone this until the next meeting, the priority waste, unless time is of the essence.
Support.
I would support that.
I'd support.
Our rules of order say it goes to the top.
That's fine.
That means closed session.
We'll get it over.
We it.
But we
Yeah.
can then, under the agenda, we can move
Yeah,
it,
but maybe you could also call a special, like,
like a 6 o'clocker.
6:30.
do the closed
Yeah.
first. We have a lot for the next.
Not yet.
So. I guess,
I think we could handle it in the regular meeting.
Yeah, let's do that. For the 27th. Okay, let's do a voice vote just to.
So it was a motion by Riser, support by whom?
So.
By Noel.
Yeah, let's just do a voice vote.
So
All in
what
favor?
is the motion again, please?
To postpone N1 until our regular meeting on May 27th.
Okay, thank you.
all in favor?
Oh, yeah.
At some point,
Then this-
I look forward to hearing.
Man, it's minutes, we're slow. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. Okay, last public comment. Period, anyone, the big crowd that's left
Hello.
over?
Goodness.
These chairs, yeah. I'm just telling you. They suck. For a long time.
You guys are gonna go into priority waste. I was gonna insist that you buy me a pizza while I wait for your public comment. Won't do that. Okay, addressing the may versus shall, I guess with no evaluation criteria established, it just is kind of what the board will decide from here on out. I certainly hope that none of you have to be subject to the whims of a hostile board if you're ever sued. Because I think that sure looks like, at least that, I'm not an attorney, but it looks like that leaves that wide open. Regarding Pat's words, I just have to say, many years ago, I was on a Zoom call with Erwin Martin and Jack Knowles, where they called the concerned citizens a small bunch of loonies. These loonies booted the Hathaway band. We are many more than just a few citizens, according to Pat Stein. You are all paid to connect with us, to reach out regardless of whether we're hostile or not, mad or not, whatever. That's your job. That's what you're paid for. It goes with the territory. You got the job and a raise, so step up and face your constituents. Don't join the GOP reps in our country that are afraid to face their constituents. And I just want to say, look, the tenor of the country is angry. We citizens are watching as monstrous grift and cruelty seem to have become modus operandi. It's excruciating to see the suffering inflicted on innocent and vulnerable citizens. Mark Altomare, which he chooses to use, was in Lansing representing the American Heart Association, speaking to lawmakers. He was shown the GOP's budget proposal, and more than half of the previous allocations from last year are zero. 3/4 have turned to zero. So while you're not DC and you're not Lansing here on this board, there is a sensitivity amongst citizens regarding abuse. So please take a big deep breath and stay connected with us. And please help us believe in at least one level of government, as the upper levels have seemed to all have abandoned us. And I also just want to second what Mark said earlier, that I am very grateful for fire departments and ambulances and AEDs, because I would be sitting here a widow if it weren't for an AED. I'm very grateful for all of the lifesavers that are employed, so. I'm gonna go home and go to bed.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom?
Yes. Second. First up is Pat Stein. Second is Rob Pattinson. Go ahead, Pat.
Something just happened. Can you hear me?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Hi. So, I just wanted to address what Jonathan had implied tonight, that my public comments were not written by me, but were written with the assistance of one of you on the board. That is so far from the truth. I have written my own public comments from day one. Anyone that thinks otherwise, I would glad to show you all my notes, all my research, all my edits that reduced today's comments from 7.5 minutes to 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you all. Good work and good night.
Good night, Pat.
Yeah. Rob Pattinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Thank you, Carolyn Altamar, for saying something that could not be said better. Hostage to the whims of a hostile board. Very well said. On a tangent note, the TIF discussions tonight. The brownfield process was designed to help clean up toxic waste and polluted areas. I don't understand why it is now being applied to for-profit developers building projects that are for profit, and then this TIF agreement adds to the profit. And then I'm very concerned that one of the developers said they're not going to clean up the pollution that was found, when the whole brownfield thing was designed to clean up pollution. So it makes that sounds fishy. And 14 million, and I think the other one was 9 million, is a lot of taxes to give away. That would repair a lot of roads in this township. And when these projects are for profit, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Now back to the main topic. Once again, the words mistruths, falsehoods, and misinformation were used by the board members tonight. That's used when you can't debate the information. I stand by everything I've said and written to this board. I have the luxury of hearing more about Scio issues than the regular Scio resident, because I attend, record, and post every single committee meeting in Scio Township. If I address you directly, if I don't give you the benefit of the doubt, It is because I am losing patience with this board. 5 years of board dysfunction tends to wear out patience. And remember, we are capable of comparing your words to your actions and your historical actions and words. So when care, quote unquote, rings hollow, there's a reason for it. Now, earlier tonight, Clerk Flintoff, you said at the beginning of the meeting in response to public comment, your response to public comment did not match the resolution. You said that one attorney engages another, as in a team of attorneys. And having read the resolution, I understood that the whereas sections were all singular, and the law firm was tossed in at the be it resolved. And you changed the wording of that tonight because that's exactly what it related. And why the singular, well, okay. Why the singular language and then throw in affirm at the end? You realize this will make everything more expensive, right? Dykema is a lot more expensive than Michael. And that's the very reason Mark chose to team up with Michael to save the township money, all caps. And ironically, 09 says you want one invoice, just like you insisted Supervisor Carey combine the invoices into one bill last year, which she did. Then suddenly that wasn't good enough. So now you're going back to combined invoices so that you get one invoice from one attorney who will subcontract to Michael, who will submit his invoice to Dykema, who will then add it to their bill. So we are now paying Dykema rates instead of independent Michael rates. Very fiscally responsible. You just made it a lot more expensive. To answer David's question from the board member response to public comment, the ordinance changes specifically remove the guarantee of legal protection of anyone working, elected, or volunteering for the township. Based on the behavior of this board over the last 6 months and the previous board for the year before that, legal protection is a volatile issue. Based on the whims of the previous board to reject the request for help, and based on the whims of this board's rejection of 2 attorneys for defense. Now you've changed the language in that, so now it is 2 attorneys. It's just more expensive because it's going to be Dykema rates. It puts the entire power of who gets protected and who doesn't into someone's hands. That means it is the clerk's power at the moment because she has the 5-2 votes. Based on the farce this board has made of supporting a colleague fighting for her life in court, I think you have established that there is very, very little anyone can expect when asking this board for legal protection. Mariah, you said you're not making a statement about the fees. You are indeed making a statement through your rejection of some of those fees. How is it fiscally responsible to make the supervisor pay for her defense? Why is there nothing in any of these 4 items talking about recovering the costs? Recovering the cost from Hathaway, recovering the cost from the insurance. You have never talked about that as being the priority. It's all about we need to save money for defending the supervisor. It doesn't matter how much it costs the supervisor to defend the supervisor. What matters is we get the money back when it's over. And you've never once talked about that. Smarter people than me have asked if this is employee confidentiality that you were releasing tonight in 07, 8, 9, and 10. Is it appropriate the board does this in public? Looks like you're deliberately airing her bills to make it a bigger issue and justify what you've been doing. Jess, reference to civil and media are literally written into the resolution you claim to have written. So the issue was raised by you. The saying you never heard anyone say that is disingenuous. Why wasn't the supervisor asked these questions about the denied charges before 10:30 tonight? It just confirms that none of you told the supervisor what was going to be in tonight's agenda. How is it not part of her defense for the attorney to view board meetings to see how the board is sabotaging the supervisor? That directly affects her defense and should be covered. Clerk Flintoff, you said You want to work it out at the board table, this is what it looks like, unquote. Jess, it was you who wrote these resolutions, as you've admitted, and you never told the supervisor they were coming until now. So that was not a true statement. It wasn't Supervisor Carey who wanted these items worked out at the board table. It was you. Another thing you quoted was it forces coordination between the attorneys. Do you really think attorneys are not coordinating? Do you think that little of the quality of the attorneys? Thanks, John. I'll finish up in a few seconds. Clerk Flintoff, you said several times people tonight have been trying to help. The list of dirty tricks make that sound like pure gaslighting. And then towards the end of the meeting, Clerk Flintoff interrupted Supervisor Carey, and I think I heard Trustee Brandt say something about the supervisor interrupting the clerk at 11:56. When the clerk had just interrupted the supervisor and made sure to drown out the audio by speaking directly into the mic. Is that the caring you were talking about earlier in your statement earlier, Trustee Brandt? I will say again, you all interrupt each other, and singling someone out is unfair and not reflective of the truth. Jessica, you talked about may is always up to be determined. That assumes everyone is working in good faith. Based on the behavior of this board, that trust has been broken. Thank you for the extra time. I'm sorry about going on. It was fractured because I was writing as the meeting was going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Pam Boyd. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, Pat Stein, I'm sorry. My apologies. I do believe you. You wrote your note and you did all the work yourself. I accept that and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Boyd, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Pam Boyd. I would like to point out that because these issues were brought before this board, that Jillian Carey's attorneys have the right to be paid for watching these the video of this meeting so that they know what you have done to her. Because it may affect her court case. If you didn't want the non-friends of Jillian to hear this discussion, then why in the heck did you bring this up now? So please be aware that if there are attorney fees that show up because they've had to look at the proceedings tonight, that I feel you need to pay it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Anyone else want to speak? Please raise your Zoom hand.
How many are on?
There's 16 and no hands are raised.
Still 3%.
Sure.
Oh,
Sure, just a couple things in response to Rob's comments. A law firm is a law firm. Bulata is a law firm. Dykema is a law firm. That is the meaning of that. We all understand, but just to clarify that. I would also say about recovering costs. Again, we have put in claims to insurance twice. I've already outlined the initial review by our attorney. We'll have to hire out special counsel for that. Any other recovery of costs? I know Jillian has, we all look forward to the possibility of it. It would be an uphill battle, and any costs that aren't reasonable aren't going to be recovered anyway. So I think we need to be honest about that. But the first order of business is getting these charges dismissed. I would just say, Rob, your language about what I admitted to, every agenda item that I prepare, it says prepared by Jessica Flintoft. So there's no admitting. I prepare things, and in fact, I take care to put when I recommend things too. So I think it's a good practice, it makes it transparent. If there's ideas about how to make it more transparent, it's besides saying prepared by Jessica Flintoft. Was that unclear to anybody on the board?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other board response? Okay.
We have Will Hathaway to thank for this. This is his legacy.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
By riser support.
And, okay, what time is it?
12:23.
12:23. Adjourn at 12:23. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.